Welcome to the History Reviewed channel, where we analyze the lies and deceptions of history. In this video, we're going to take the most comprehensive look that we can at all-out fighting between blacks and whites in Angola, in the most brutal portion of the race war that took place here. And we're going to focus mainly on 1961. However, right in the beginning, in the first 45 minutes or so of this video, I'm going to be going through some background information, a bunch of things about Angola and the way that it ran and conditions in Angola, so that you can understand that Angola wasn't quite the liberal world that you imagine it to be. The Portuguese were pretty tough on the blacks. And you'll understand more about the background of how things came to be. And then I'll also be jumping around a bit regarding some events that occurred before and also early in the actual first year of the combat. But then after that, we're going to go straight through all the really violent stuff and go through that and look at it. So there is a little bit of jumping around in the first 45 minutes, but it should give you a lot more background about what actually takes place, and it'll give you an idea about some of the things that happened there. And the background is important because you will see that the Portuguese, like the Rhodesians, like the South Africans, did have quite a lot of racism going there. And they were totally in charge of the blacks. And a lot of their stuff made it appear as if they were more liberal than they really were. In actual fact, the way that whites in America, for example, and Europe deal with blacks is actually a lot weaker than the way that whites worked with blacks in southern Africa. And that includes the Portuguese. You will see it very clearly in here. But the goal of this is to try and make sense of the greatest violence, especially the retribution of the Portuguese, and most especially focusing on the civilians, what the white civilians did. And I've pulled together the best analysis that I can with the data that I have now. I will be digging some more into this in later months because I may have some additional sources. But the point here is to get a big picture view of what happens in an intense racial conflict. And you'll see that this is very, very intense. Whites become very brutal. The whites engage in wild killing. They even kill innocent blacks. They don't care anymore. It's extremely intense. And the whole purpose of this is not only to go through the events, but to analyze them, and right at the end to take a big picture look at what lessons can be learned from this. So if you go through this, I don't think that anyone has put anything like this together anywhere at all. And once you understand this, you will see why race war is not something that I think we should be afraid of. In fact, I think whites can do exceptionally well in race war against blacks, not just in South Africa, but also in Europe and America. I really think whites don't need to stand back for these people. Once you see what the Portuguese did, and once you understand many lessons that come out of this, and once you understand certain things about the lessons in this video, where we are studying this most intensive fighting here, we're going to come back with other videos, and I will show you in either different wars or related wars. I'm going to show you that all the things that you're seeing here are actually similar to things that have happened to whites in other conditions, and that in actual fact you can walk away with firm military lessons from this particular conflict and related ones. You can walk away with firm lessons that can help whites to survive in the future. Not only survive, but I reckon we can really clobber these blacks. I think the blacks can be clobbered like you cannot believe. But you first must understand the mechanisms, and then we'll look at the actual tactics and strategies and explore all the various options in other videos. And then you'll see that I personally am very confident that whites can hammer the hell out of blacks, even when whites are vastly outnumbered by them. But you need to understand clearly what the principles are, what the advantages of whites are, what works for whites, and what doesn't work for blacks. Once you have those things clear in your mind, then you'll see that out of these wars, it can give us excellent tips and concepts for future survival, and we shouldn't be afraid of anything. Anything the blacks try can be countered easily, and in this particular video, the blacks are trying their utmost. They're using every ounce of force to smash the whites, and it goes horribly wrong for them. In this video, we're going to take the most comprehensive look that we can at all-out fighting between blacks and whites in Angola, in the most brutal portion of the race war that took place here. And we're going to focus mainly on 1961. However, right in the beginning, in the first 45 minutes or so of this video, I'm going to be going through some background information, a bunch of things about Angola and the way that it ran and conditions in Angola, so that you can understand that Angola wasn't quite the liberal world that you imagine it to be. The Portuguese were pretty tough on the blacks. And you'll understand more about the background of how things came to be. And then I'll also be jumping around a bit regarding some events that occurred before and also early in the actual first year of the combat. But then after that, we're going to go straight through all the really violent stuff and go through that and look at it. So there is a little bit of jumping around in the first 45 minutes, but it should give you a lot more background about what actually takes place, and it'll give you an idea about some of the things that happened there. And the background is important, because you will see that the Portuguese, like the Rhodesians, like the South Africans, did have quite a lot of racism going there, and they were totally in charge of the blacks. And a lot of their stuff made it appear as if they were more liberal than they really were. In actual fact, the way that whites in America, for example, and Europe deal with blacks is actually a lot weaker than the way that whites worked with blacks in southern Africa, and that includes the Portuguese. You will see it very clearly in here. But the goal of this is to try and make sense of the greatest violence, especially the retribution of the Portuguese, and most especially focusing on the civilians, what the white civilians did. And I've pulled together the best analysis that I can with the data that I have now. I will be digging some more into this in later months, because I may have some additional sources. But the point here is to get a big picture view of what happens in an intense racial conflict. And you'll see that this is very, very intense. whites become very brutal. The whites engage in wild killing. They even kill innocent blacks. They don't care anymore. It's extremely intense. And the whole purpose of this is not only to go through the events, but to analyze them, and right at the end to take a big picture look at what lessons can be learned from this. So if you go through this, I don't think that anyone has put anything like this together anywhere at all. And once you understand this, you will see why race war is not something that I think we should be afraid of. In fact, I think whites can do exceptionally well in race war against blacks, not just in South Africa, but also in Europe and America. I really think whites don't need to stand back for these people. Once you see what the Portuguese did, and once you understand many lessons that come out of this, and once you understand certain things about the lessons in this video, where we are studying this most intensive fighting here, we're going to come back with other videos, and I will show you in either different wars or related wars, I'm going to show you that all the things that you're seeing here are actually similar to things that have happened to whites in other conditions, and that in actual fact you can walk away with firm military lessons from this particular conflict and related ones. You can walk away with firm lessons that can help whites to survive in the future. Not only survive, but I reckon we can really clobber these blacks. I think the blacks can be clobbered like you cannot believe. But you first must understand the mechanisms, and then we'll look at the actual tactics and strategies and explore all the various options in other videos. And then you'll see that I personally am very confident that whites can hammer the hell out of blacks, even when whites are vastly outnumbered by them. But you need to understand clearly what the principles are, what the advantages of whites are, what works for whites, and what doesn't work for blacks. Once you have those things clear in your mind, then you'll see that out of these wars, it can give us excellent tips and concepts for future survival, and we shouldn't be afraid of anything. Anything the blacks try can be countered easily, and in this particular video, the blacks are trying their utmost. They're using every ounce of force to smash the whites, and it goes horribly wrong for them. In this video, we're going to take the most comprehensive look that we can at all-out fighting between blacks and whites in Angola, in the most brutal portion of the race war that took place here. And we're going to focus mainly on 1961. However, right in the beginning, in the first 45 minutes or so of this video, I'm going to be going through some background information, a bunch of things about Angola and the way that it ran and conditions in Angola, so that you can understand that Angola wasn't quite the liberal world that you imagine it to be. The Portuguese were pretty tough on the blacks. And you'll understand more about the background of how things came to be. And then I'll also be jumping around a bit regarding some events that occurred before and also early in the actual first year of the combat. But then after that, we're going to go straight through all the really violent stuff and go through that and look at it. So there is a little bit of jumping around in the first 45 minutes. but it should give you a lot more background about what actually takes place. And it'll give you an idea about some of the things that happened there. And the background is important because you will see that the Portuguese, like the Rhodesians, like the South Africans, did have quite a lot of racism going there. And they were totally in charge of the blacks. And a lot of their stuff made it appear as if they were more liberal than they really were. In actual fact, the way that whites in America, for example, and Europe deal with blacks is actually a lot weaker than the way that whites worked with blacks in southern Africa. And that includes the Portuguese. You will see it very clearly in here. But the goal of this is to try and make sense of the greatest violence, especially the retribution of the Portuguese, and most especially focusing on the civilians, what the white civilians did. And I've pulled together the best analysis that I can with the data that I have now. I will be digging some more into this in later months because I may have some additional sources. But the point here is to get a big picture view of what happens in an intense racial conflict. And you'll see that this is very, very intense. Whites become very brutal. The whites engage in wild killing. They even kill innocent blacks. They don't care anymore. It's extremely intense. And the whole purpose of this is not only to go through the events, but to analyze them and right at the end to take a big picture look at what lessons can be learned from this. So if you go through this, I don't think that anyone has put anything like this together anywhere at all. And once you understand this, you will see why race war is not something that I think we should be afraid of. In fact, I think whites can do exceptionally well in race war against blacks, not just in South Africa, but also in Europe and America. I really think whites don't need to stand back for these people. Once you see what the Portuguese did, and once you understand many lessons that come out of this, and once you understand certain things about the lessons in this video, where we are studying this most intensive fighting here, we're going to come back with other videos, and I will show you in either different wars or related wars, I'm going to show you that all the things that you're seeing here are actually similar to things that have happened to whites in other conditions, and that in actual fact you can walk away with firm military lessons from this particular conflict and related ones. You can walk away with firm lessons that can help whites to survive in the future. Not only survive, but I reckon we can really clobber these blacks. I think the blacks can be clobbered like you cannot believe. But you first must understand the mechanisms. And then we'll look at the actual tactics and strategies and explore all the various options in other videos. And then you'll see that I personally am very confident that whites can hammer the hell out of blacks, even when whites are vastly outnumbered by them. But you need to understand clearly what the principles are, what the advantages of whites are, what works for whites, and what doesn't work for blacks. Once you have those things clear in your mind, then you'll see that out of these wars, it can give us excellent tips and concepts for future survival. And we shouldn't be afraid of anything. Anything the blacks try can be countered easily. And in this particular video, the blacks are trying their utmost. They're using every ounce of force to smash the whites, and it goes horribly wrong for them. I just want to show you this map of Angola before we get into the main action, because this kind of map, this will give you an idea of how things are in Africa, and it's different to what you know, especially those of you who are in the United States. You people tend to think that blacks are just one group, that there's just a group of people known as blacks, and that's that. In Africa, it doesn't work that way. In Africa, it's got a structure that's much closer to that of Europe, in the sense that you've got blacks who are divided by language, culture, etc. These blacks are different, and there are many times when there are hatreds among them as well. So this map of Angola, here you can see northern Angola. Now, for our purposes, the violence that we're looking at is the violence that took place in this northern part of Angola. And you'll remember that there is a tribe that was the main tribe involved in this violence. And it's this lot over here, this green area. On this particular map, they refer to this tribe as the Congo, but there's a different name in the book on Angola. But here you can see that much of this area that became the area for violence was only composed of these blacks here and some of these blacks who are here. During all this violence, most of the other areas of Angola were unaffected, even though the Portuguese at times started killing blacks in other parts of Angola. But this will give you an idea of the different kinds of tribes that exist. And there was some tribe in the south who wanted to get stuck into the blacks in the north. They wanted to go and kill them, and the Portuguese actually stopped them from doing that. And, maybe those are wrong things. Maybe in the future, if one group of blacks wants to kill another group of blacks, maybe it's a good thing. And on this particular thing as well, you're going to see something else. All these tribes here are called Bantu. Bantu meaning these are people from West Africa. These are basically West African blacks who have migrated into Central Africa and then on to Southern Africa. All the blacks of South Africa are Bantu. These are the dark-skinned people from West Africa. They are colonizers. They don't belong here. They've not even been here for long, etc. And you can see in Angola that most of the tribes were Bantu. These are all black people as you know them to be. But then you'll see that there's non-Bantu, the Khoisan. These are the people known as the Bushmen. Now you see these little bits, little areas of Khoisan here. These are the non-blacks that the blacks genocided. When the blacks were coming down through Africa, they were killing off these Khoisan. And you find them in South Africa as well. Now these Bushmen, we used to call them Bushmen when I was a kid. These Bushmen hate the blacks because the blacks genocided them. So in the wars, especially in Southwest Africa, what is now known as Namibia, the whites found that these Khoisan happily joined the white army and assisted whites in hunting down and killing the blacks. They were good trackers, and they were very happy to always side with the whites. The Khoisan are another little group that have always had a kind of a loyalty to the whites. And that is something to remember here. They are racially different to those people. They are smaller people, they are more ancient people, and they don't live in large numbers, and they have been wiped out by the blacks. And so those few of them that are there whenever they get a chance to fight on the side of whites, they do so with pleasure, with absolute pleasure. They don't like these blacks at all. So you must never think that Africa is just a place where all the non-white people are all going to get together and they're going to party and they're all going to agree to kill the whites. No, the whites can play these people against each other as well. And these people also have their own animosities and jealousies. And, like in Europe, their actual locations go across borders. These people, for example, live also in the Congo and across these borders. So just like in Europe where you get Germans who live in Germany, but you'll get Germans who live in Czechoslovakia or Hungary, etc., you get exactly the same thing in Africa. And this is important to remember. These things are useful when studying racial conflict and race war. Portuguese intelligence was at a low ebb in this vast territory, covering more than 471,000 square miles of the rich African heartland, and almost as big as the United States east of the Mississippi River. The Portuguese security force numbered only 8,000 men, of whom 5,000 were non-white. The 1,300-mile Angolan-Congolese border, winding over mountains and through jungles and swamps and elephant grass, is impossible to police adequately. Let me just pause there. This helps to clarify the actual number of troops that the Portuguese had in Angola at the start of the conflict, because some reports said that they had less than 8,000, and then there were other reports that said they only had 3,000. So it is now more obvious that these numbers actually refer to whether you include the white troops and the black troops, or whether you don't. So if you're looking at the combined force of white and black, you're looking at 7,800 to 8,000. But if you're looking at only the white troops, then you're looking only at about 3,000. So that makes it much clearer as to what exactly is going on. I'm going to read a little bit more here because it gives some background about Angola at the time. Angola is just one big happy family, a multiracial community where blacks and whites have equality of opportunity and live together amicably. Sounds like America, eh? The horror described by the unfortunate settler from Embridge was the work of a few hooligans hired by the international communist conspiracy. It must be so, for in Angola everyone but the communists is happy with things the way they are. Or so you would think if you believed the reams of propaganda that pour from Portuguese presses. The Portuguese spent a lot of money on this propaganda, and, understandably. In Portugal, colonialism is big business. More than that, colonialism is its lifeblood. If Portugal were to lose its colonies, it would be plunged into poverty as intense and hopeless as many of the new African countries. For today, little Portugal runs the world's largest remaining colonial empire. In this empire, Angola is the most important part. It is one of the richest parts of Africa. Belgians say it is richer than Katanga. Now, the Belgian Congo was very wealthy, so if Angola is wealthier, then that says something. No one knows what fortunes in gold, copper, diamonds, manganese, and oil lie untapped beneath its soil. The Portuguese haven't really begun to find out. They know that, even without tapping new resources, Angola is rich. The few mines it has bothered to open produce over $20 million worth of diamonds annually. Oil, discovered only 10 years ago, is already an important export. More coffee is grown here than in any African country. More than $60 million worth is exported annually. And when sizable export crops of sisal maize, sugar, and cotton are added in. The sum is an impressively favorable balance of trade. In 1962, despite the fact that there was a revolution in process, Angola's exports were worth $22 million more than its imports. Angola's 500,000 square miles make it 14 times as large as Portugal itself, equal to 1/2 the area of Europe, larger than Spain, France, Germany, and Portugal combined. Its largest seaports, Luanda, Lobito, and Mocomedes, rank with Africa's finest harbors. The waters off its Mediterranean-like coastal lowlands teem with fish. So let me stop there. Here you have a colony that is very profitable for Portugal itself. This is different to the British. The British found that most of their colonies were not worth the money or the effort. However, the occupation of territory and making territory productive is a topic that is itself a very important topic that I need to get to. All of this ties back to things like the Roman Empire, Hitler, and the concept of Lebensraum, living space, etc., etc. It depends how you run a colony. It depends how you occupy a place. This is where the experiences of the Portuguese, the Boers especially, the Rhodesians, this is where the whites of southern Africa were able to show that if you do the same thing in Africa as you did in America, as the Roman Empire did, etc., that this is how you can really attain wealth and power. But we're going to get back to the proper economics and the proper settlement of a region in order for it to be prosperous. But let it be said that the concepts of the Roman Empire and the concepts of the Nazis are in accordance with these events. The things that the Nazis and the Romans knew are the most important lessons here. The British are not an example, I repeat, not an example of the proper way to do colonialism. And yet you'll find that we have all moved more towards the Jewish-British way of thinking, and that is bad. The original American way of thinking is correct. The German way of thinking is correct. The Roman way of thinking is correct. The whites of southern Africa, without realizing it, were doing the right thing, especially the Boers. Especially the Boers. Just a bit more background that will show you that the Portuguese, the Rhodesians, and the South Africans had a lot of similarities in their countries. And this is one of the things that I've been trying to get across to people, is that despite the propaganda, the whites were still racists in Africa. So here we read, Angola, however, as the result of immense Portuguese propaganda, has managed to project an image of itself as an unsegregated state. And superficially, Africans do not appear to suffer racial discrimination as it is manifest in colonies like Rhodesia or South Africa, or as it appeared in Kenya, which was British, or the Congo, that's the Belgian Congo. So superficially, it appears as if Angola is not segregated, superficially. Blacks and whites ride buses on the same seats, shop together in the same markets, use the same stores and banks. Relatively wealthy blacks pay whites to drive taxis for them. So wealthy blacks pay whites to work for them, to drive their taxis for them. So there are wealthy blacks. There were also some wealthy blacks, even in Rhodesia and South Africa. There were some of them, especially in South Africa, even under apartheid, by the way. A few assimilados have positions that make them superior to some whites, and the Portuguese are famously undiscriminating in bed. The most humane kinds of intermingling take place in Angola in bed. There are none of the usual segregation laws, but this is because the economy makes such laws unnecessary. 99% of the African population, the indigenous, that's the Portuguese word for indigenous, certainly don't eat in white restaurants or drink at white bars. They can't afford it. Do assimilados? Assimilados are non-whites who basically become Portuguese, I think. In theory, yes. In practice, no. Any, quotes, good restaurant has a rights of admission reserved sign in its window. So do high-class clubs, theaters, swimming pools, etc. In other words, the blacks can be gently turned away at the door. Even those blacks who do manage to become, quotes, gainfully employed are ruthlessly exploited. A European cook makes $116 a month. An African makes $17.50. A European electrician makes $107 a month. An African makes $36.05. Africans cannot own land privately, for in 1918 the Portuguese passed a law incorporating all, quotes, unowned lands into the state. Tribal lands, of course, were considered unowned. Africans were moved out whenever a white man wants in. Despite their propaganda, the Portuguese policies in Angola have not set up an equalitarian multiracial society, and they are not meant to. They have produced a vast supply of essentially free labor and free land. They have produced money for Portuguese pockets and money for the coffers of the government in Lisbon. This is what they were meant to do. In the 1940s and 1950s, to a large degree, because Salazar, that's the ruler of Portugal, stayed out of World War II, Angola enjoyed a tremendous boom. New railways, port facilities, power stations, dams, irrigation, and communication systems were constructed. More mines were opened. Agricultural production was increased. Factories were built. Oil was discovered. Money from the, quotes, 11 families. Let me pause there for a second. According to this book, Portugal is controlled by 11 families. I wonder how many of them are Jewish. But it talks about these 11 families who literally own Portugal. So it says, money from the, quotes, 11 families from carefully selected foreign sources flowed into the colony. American investment along with British, French, and German capital was immense. Gulf and Standard Oil are there today, along with Chase Manhattan Bank, Longyear Company, and others, and such governmental sources as the Marshall Plan and the Mutual Aid Agency have poured huge development funds into Angola. American money controls half of the fabulously profitable Diamang diamond mining concern. The USA is Angola's #1 customer. These profits do not stay in Angola. They go straight back to the motherland. So let me stop there. That'll give you an idea of the system that existed in Angola that the Portuguese had produced. The Portuguese were boasting that it's all equality, etc., etc. But in reality, the whites saw to it that the rules favored them and that they were running the show. And this brings me back to the concept of ownership. Ownership, ownership, ownership. This is so important. You can live in a country, but you might not own the country. Your group of people might not own your country that you live in. That is something you need to think about. Very important. And that's what we whites need to think about. Our own politics and ownership of our own countries. We need to own our own countries like the Germans did for that short while under Hitler. So it goes on to say that basically the Portuguese saw to it that if a white man wanted something, he got it, and they pushed the blacks out. The Portuguese were moving into Angola big time. And I will show you later how the Portuguese were well on their way to winning in Angola. They would have kept Angola. They would have pulled off a massive feat that would have made Portugal very, very wealthy. But this is one thing that the Portuguese did right, that the British did not get right. The British did the opposite of the Portuguese. And the Portuguese were onto something that would have worked. It would have worked big time. The Belgians actually were doing similar things to the Portuguese, with even greater intensity, I might add. And those little European countries were going to own huge, unbelievably wealthy portions of Africa that could have taken those little European countries and turned them into superpowers. I'm not kidding you. And these things are still possible in the future, but I'll talk more about it later. Let's get on with the war again. Just another point. Holden Roberto, the guy who organized this massacre that we're looking at, he went and visited the United States. And he spoke to the hag Eleanor Roosevelt, the wife of President Roosevelt. That woman, that hag woman, that hideous Jewish hag, she played a lot of negative roles in Africa. You won't believe how many blacks and communists Eleanor Roosevelt helped in Africa. She really worked hard to fuck it up for the whites in Africa, I must tell you. Getting back to the war. Immediately after World War II, thanks to Jewish communism, the blacks everywhere started looking for territory. They wanted now to rule these colonies. And so in the 1950s in Angola, the blacks started organizing politically. And in 1956, the Portuguese arrested more than 1,000 blacks for crimes against the state. Anyway, so the 1950s in Angola, Rhodesia, South Africa, was actually a time of political agitation for blacks. The blacks in these countries were agitating and were getting politically organized and demanding things. And then, when the British pulled out of Africa in 1960, it is from 1960 that all these blacks started their wars. The moment Britain pulled out of Africa and gave the signal that it was gone, all these places started exploding into violence everywhere in southern Africa. So here's what happened. It says, Henrique Galvao, imprisoned for writing the 1947 report condemning forced labor in Angola, had subsequently escaped, and in the middle of January 1961, he staged a dramatic seizure in mid-Atlantic of the Portuguese liner Santa Maria, when it was reported that Galvao was due to land in Luanda. 60 foreign reporters rushed to Angola. Galvao changed course and landed in Brazil, but the reporters in Luanda got an even better story. So let me pause there. So here you're starting to get violent actions. So this guy actually captured a Portuguese liner and he headed off to Brazil. But now you're going to see the other political units going to work. Now, apart from the UPA, there is another group called the MPLA. And the MPLA are the ones who rule Angola now in 2020. After a great deal of warfare and maneuvering, the MPLA became sponsored by the Soviets. And they actually became the main political force in Angola eventually. Eventually, even the South Africans fought against them. But at this stage, they are still pretty new. So here's what happened after the liner had been seized in January. It says, MPLA had decided to take advantage of the rare opportunity for publicity, and on February 3rd staged a march on Luanda prison to demand the release of the hundreds of political prisoners held inside. Even MPLA got more than it expected. Now let me explain something interesting to you, because this relates to how the blacks recruited troops for their own use, how they got other blacks to assist them. And these lessons also apply to whites, though not with the same brutality, but you'll get my drift. You'll understand what's going on. You see, at the start of this, Holden Roberto had his 5,000 troops in the Congo. But now, as he wants to go and launch a big attack inside Angola, he now needs to get other blacks to assist him. And here it is explained in this particular book, here in this section, it is explained how he got other blacks to work with him. And this is very similar to what happened in Rhodesia and South Africa. This will show you how coercion is used. One must also not excuse the blacks too much. We whites used to always give the blacks the benefit of the doubt. We'd say, well, look at how those others are treating them. But this is their methodology. This is how they work among themselves with each other. So let me read this piece to you. Roberto was able to send clandestine agents into the northern Angolan towns and villages. 3 or 4 armed strangers would visit a village, consult the chief, and request 40 to 60 young men of the village to join them. Should the chief or young men refuse, the strangers would cut the throats of 1 or 2 and threaten the entire village with extermination. The chief usually volunteered the young men. Once in the movement, they were ordered to shoot or be shot. After a raid on a village, they were told, "You are no longer Portuguese, you can never turn back. If you do, the Portuguese will kill you for what you have done." And it goes on and says, witchcraft, fetishism, traditional cannibalism, and violence were all used in the recruiting drive. Many told of the great promises of wealth made by Roberto's men. For example, "You shall have what is rightfully yours," is one of the statements they made. One African told how he had been promised the biggest building in Luanda, capital of Angola, in return for murdering the people of his plantation. Let me just pause there. So when they are functioning, let's call it in the moment, they, like Jews, make any promise to anybody, no matter how ridiculous the promise is. You know, if you murder everybody on the plantation, then we'll give you the biggest building in Luanda. Now, if the guy believes that, then he goes off and does that. But this is an example of how they talk to each other, how they fool each other. Even here in South Africa, when the blacks came to power, some time before, there were reports, guys, and cut their throats. Otherwise, if they didn't have firearms, they themselves could be overwhelmed. But the question is, how much resistance will the other blacks have, really? In Rhodesia, there were blacks who would go and report other blacks to the police, etc. But as time goes by, these blacks work out a system and they are able to convert their own. And it's also a case, and this applies to whites, that ultimately whites should stand a big advantage in converting other whites to our way of thinking. Because these blacks eventually want something that's going to work for them. And in their case, they want money, they want wealth. Yes, they apparently want freedom from the Portuguese, but they also want money and wealth. And maybe even the wealth is more important than the political movement. So they are driven by many things. So one guy might be converted through politics, but the other guy might just be greedy and he's converted by money. Whites also have these kinds of weaknesses, and each person has got his sort of hot button, and if you can press his hot button, you'll get him converted. Not everybody is an idealist who's going to be looking for political power for the right reasons, unfortunately. People will also be looking to see what they're going to gain out of it, what does the system bring for them, etc. So it is interesting that, 3 or 4 guys could go to a village and they can request between 40 and 60 young men and they might get them. So that is pretty interesting that they are recruiting large numbers. But a big takeaway from the wars in southern Africa, probably one of the most important lessons that whites can learn is this, that at the end of the day, race does matter. And at the end of the day, when we whites were talking to the blacks, and we were trying to convert the blacks away from working with their brothers, in the end, the blacks did not believe us. And in the end, the blacks went with their brothers, even though their brothers were lying to them. So when we tried to tell them about communism and stuff, it worked for a time, but eventually it falls on deaf ears. And other factors start coming into play. Do they perceive their side as winning? Do they perceive the whites as weakening? And so it goes on. And then they start switching sides. My own view as a lesson for whites is that ultimately we will be successful in converting the vast majority of whites back to our cause, back to what is good for whites. Eventually, race becomes everything. And that can be seen through and through from our struggles in southern Africa. Between the different white nations, we spent decades trying to work out some kind of political arrangements with the blacks. But in the end, and I'm not going to go into all the detail here, but in the end, when you negotiate and negotiate and you try this and you try that and you try this and you try that, ultimately, it doesn't really matter in the end. In the end, people choose the winning side. In the end, if the blacks perceive the whites as getting weaker and weaker, the blacks start switching sides. As the blacks get to a certain level, you could call that certain level critical mass. As the blacks get to critical mass, then it doesn't even matter anymore whether the arguments are right or wrong. They feel that they are winning, they're happy because they're winning. Will to power, that's a reminder for you. They feel happy that they are winning, and that's all that matters to them. They don't really care about other things. We're quite vicious. They would cut body parts off people, they'd kill people, and they do these things in front of the rest of the blacks so that they show that they are determined, and they have to show the will to kill, and that actually helps them to move forward. The blacks use an extreme form of radicalism that whites have never engaged in anywhere, and ultimately it works. Ultimately, this method works. Ultimately, they get the other blacks on their sides, and it's only the cowards who sit in the wings. But they punish their cowards and they punish their traitors. Again, a thing that few whites do. If we take a look here, here is another example of a large farm, in this case a plantation, where the blacks went and they did their stuff. It says, at the vast Primavera plantation, all the Europeans were slaughtered. All but a woman, a Mrs. Reis, R-E-I-S, who had been erroneously left for dead after having been tortured and raped many times. Women were mutilated, children were hacked to pieces, and their remains hung from the branches of trees. Some of the stomachs had been cut open, and the insides stuffed with dry grass and bits of wood, which were then set alight. So, real hateful things that were done. Here's another little event from the time of 1961, and this is early in April, so this is about 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks after Carmona. It says, on the early April, the massacre of Kolua occurs. Village of Kolua near Aldea Vicoso, Uige, had been attacked and its inhabitants massacred by UPA. A military column from the Provisional Battalion is sent to the village to try to collect the dead bodies. However, an isolated group of soldiers, including 2 officers, which remained behind, is ambushed, with their bodies being later found horribly mutilated. Another military patrol that was sent to the area is also ambushed, with some of their members falling into UPA's hands and also tortured, mutilated and killed. 30 civilians and 11 military are eventually killed in Kolua. So by normal standards, it's not that big. 41 people get killed. And it says, later testimonies refer that the UPA militants practiced acts of cannibalism, eating parts of the dead bodies of the soldiers. The Kolua events have an important psychological effect on the Portuguese forces, not only due to the horrifying acts practiced against its soldiers, but also because they realized that the insurgents now dared to attack military forces and not just defenseless civilians. So this is the first time that the blacks start attacking some of the Portuguese army. But this does not develop into a big thing because the blacks come off second best most of the time. Probably what's happening here is that the blacks are having their first successes because they are ambushing people on narrow roads in heavily forested and heavy vegetation. So the blacks are having some success, and again it's a first, and they're catching the Portuguese a bit off guard, but this does not develop into a new thing or something that beats the Portuguese. You can see that the deaths are a lot less than before. The blacks themselves are losing their effectiveness. In another article or another section, here is some additional stuff that shows the kind of brutality and fury of the whites. It says, black terror gives way to white terror. Delilah and Alvaro Mateus refer to the, quotes, indiscriminate massacres and killings that followed the UPA uprising, attested by letters and reports from administrative and military authorities. There are references to, quotes, war trophies, namely bottles of alcohol with fingers, ears, and even blackheads. So it seems that they put parts of blacks into alcohol, and they used this as like war trophies. They were like showing it off. It says, the horror of the massacres created panic among whites in Angola. And in Portugal, the news of barbarism and slaughter shook consciences and reinforced the regime, betting on war as a solution to the colonial problem. So that just gives you an idea of the whites and their attitudes and them hitting back ruthlessly. Now here's another piece that also shows some other things that the whites did in that first year. So it says here, soon after Roberto's savage invasion took place, 20,000 additional Portuguese soldiers were airlifted to Luanda, where they immediately began a reign of terror. Now, in this section, all the terror is attributed to the Portuguese army. And it says, where they immediately began a reign of terror, killing innocent people with impunity. Many more Portuguese Air Force planes and helicopters also arrived, and they were immediately sent to bomb and strafe areas that had been completely innocent of any involvement with Roberto's invading force. White militias ran wild as well, hanging many Africans. By the end of 1961, at least 20,000 Africans had been killed. The result was an international expression of horror. But in Portugal, there was an exultant sense of revenge and righteousness. So in this case, they are talking about 20,000 blacks being killed, but I think the 50,000 is probably closer, because that was in the 1966 book. What I think is of great interest here is Air Force planes and helicopters bombing and strafing areas and just killing blacks. And they don't really care. They are busy with revenge. I personally have no problem with this at all. But this will give you some idea of the methods by which the Portuguese hit back. So the army did stuff, white militias were going crazy, Air Force was doing stuff. They were killing blacks. They were killing blacks as they needed, and it wasn't difficult for them. In order to get to the things that are interesting, I'm going to be reading from a book that was published in 1966. It will cover some of the stuff we've covered before, but we'll be jumping over the stuff we've covered before. However, there are a couple of additional things that you'll see that also happened that are worth just taking a quick look at. This will give you an idea of the wild things that happened there in Angola in 1961. So when we get to the Carmona part, then I'll skip over that. But this will lay down the context of what then happens. Because what happens in the beginning of 1961 is actually the beginnings of a black attempt at genocide of whites. However, the black goal is to instill so much fear in the whites that the whites are going to run away. And therein lies some of the critical thinking from a military point of view, is why is it that the blacks are interested in using terror against the whites? In the previous video, I mentioned that the whites in the Belgian Congo lost the Belgian Congo very quickly because they were vastly outnumbered and the blacks were attacking them everywhere and killing them, and then they were evacuated. The Belgian government sent in Belgian troops, and America also played a role. Thus, Holden Roberto, the leader of UPA, United Peoples of Angola, had come up with the military plan that if he was to execute a lot of mass slaughter and terror on whites, that he'll be able to scare the whites to such a degree that they're going to leave Angola. But as you saw in the last video, in Carmona, the blacks met their match when 30,000 blacks tried to attack 5,000 whites. And the whites beat them off again and again and again. And the blacks suffered huge losses. And that in northern Angola, it was whites who were holding out at various little places. And these whites were the ones who fought back. White civilians fought back for weeks on end against the blacks. And by going over the other stuff that I missed the last time, you'll get an idea of what happened on the farms, what happened in other places, and you'll see the unbelievable levels of brutality of the blacks. In the last piece, I showed you a bit of the brutality of the blacks, but here you're going to see the unbelievable levels of brutality that the blacks tried in the hopes that this is going to work for them. However, there's also a certain amount of that brutality that must have been enjoyable to them. They had to have enjoyed a great deal of things. They went to great lengths to rape white women and to do all kinds of hideous, hideous things to them. And in here you'll see some of the stuff that they were doing. And the blacks were attacking everybody, civilians, children, men, women, you name it, the young, the old, and they were just doing as they pleased. There had to be an aspect of this which was highly enjoyable for them. This is also reminiscent of Friedrich Nietzsche and the will to power. The will to power is very important. It's a topic I'm going to come back to. Friedrich Nietzsche said that you are an example of the will to power. You and everything you do is an example of the will to power. And here are the blacks getting their chance to experience power, and they are dizzy with delight. And you cannot tell me that they didn't enjoy gang raping the white women, doing with them as they pleased, killing them brutally in the most hideous ways after raping them, etc. There is no question that the blacks do enjoy this. For them it's victory, for them it's fun, for them it's revenge, lots of revenge in there. And Holden Roberto himself later even boasts about this. He even boasts about the whites who were sawed in half at a sawmill, which we'll get to. This reminds me of a time in Rhodesia where the blacks, one of the black groups, I think it was ZAPU, they went and shot down 2 civilian airliners filled with whites. It's not a topic I've actually covered here in my videos, but it is a very important topic. Anyway, these blacks had Russian-made missiles, and they shot down 2 aircraft of the Rhodesian Airways. And the aircraft crashed onto the ground. In one case, everybody was killed. In another case, there were whites who survived, and the blacks went and killed them. And their leader, Joshua Nkomo, was exceptionally pleased with this. And I think he even put on the uniform of a general or a field marshal, and he boasted on TV about the killing of these white civilians in Rhodesia. And the Rhodesians, we Rhodesians, were absolutely outraged by it. And our army went back to do some killing, some of our own revenge killing. We also tried to kill him, but he managed to get away. My own suspicion, and the suspicion of many, is that the British warned him. But the point is that here was a black whose people had carried out an atrocity against the white civilians of Rhodesia. They were normal civilians, people on aircraft. They were just going on holiday, and they were killed. They were shot down by missiles. And the black was absolutely delighted to boast to the world about what his troops had done. He was absolutely overjoyed. You could see it on his face, etc. So when you're winning, you are enjoying it. If you are winning, you enjoy it, no matter what it is. And in the case of the blacks, they've got revenge, they've got all kinds of pent-up anger that they are now venting on these Portuguese, and they're loving it. And the hideous things they get up to with the Portuguese is beyond imagination. And like I've said before, these events that we're talking about here, there is no other parallel to them in southern Africa. The blacks were never able again to achieve these kinds of hideous behavior against the whites of Rhodesia, South Africa, Southwest Africa. But the blacks in and of themselves also learned that these tactics do not really work. And that's what we're going to look at here. So it starts off great. They got a surprise attack, starting to kill, they're running around, they've planned this thing, they're murdering the whites, they're having a lot of fun, they're getting their revenge, they're able to do anything they want. They get to feel the power. They get to feel the wonder of power, of total power. You've got people in your grasp, and you can do anything you want to them. You can torture them, you can rape them, you can cut parts of their bodies. You can enjoy doing it. You can watch them dying and screaming. And you know what? You walk away and nothing happens to you. It's absolutely fine. There's no policeman who's going to come to arrest you. Nobody's going to hang you. You can do this to as many people as you want, and you're absolutely fine. So the blacks are experiencing will to power. And will to power is something we're going to come back to because it's a very important concept, and it's very important for whites as well. The raw will to power. It exists in all of us. It exists in men, it exists in women. It exists in animals, but it also exists in the blacks and Jews and others. Everybody's got will to power. And here these blacks are managing to crush, for a while, the whites who've been their overlords. Now the Portuguese themselves are not exactly that soft. As I have done more and more research, I've come to realize that the Portuguese in many ways were just as harsh as the whites of Rhodesia or South Africa. In fact, in many cases, they were more harsh than the whites of Rhodesia and South Africa. The exception, however, lay in their sexual practices, that the Portuguese were very open to sexual relations with anybody. So they'll be the total master of these blacks, and they'll also grab some of their women and dive into bed with them. These Portuguese are actually very dominant, despite having a propaganda that sounds very gentle. They actually control the blacks to an amazing degree, and they are able to do with the blacks as they please, and the blacks grow to resent this. But you mustn't now get into the wrong frame of thinking that everything is bad for the blacks. All I'm trying to show you is that the Portuguese are dominant, that they are able to get things done. The Belgians were even more dominant. And with these blacks, this was the main way that you could get anything out of them. And I even saw it in Rhodesia as a kid. There are blacks that don't really want to work for you. They're not really interested in your stuff. But they need some money so they can buy food, because they themselves are too lazy and useless to produce enough food for themselves. So in the end, they settle for some kind of deal with you. And they do the minimum they need for you so that you can give them the minimum that you want to give to them. That is the actual relationship that goes on. It's not a happy relationship, but since there are lots of them and they're very cheap, the whites are able to make use of them. That's how we made use of these. So many of the blacks don't have much loyalty to you and they don't care. But the whites who run the countries, they care. At the end of the day, ownership is also a very important thing in all things. Ownership is very important. Ownership of your own politics, ownership of your own country, ownership of your things. It becomes very important. It plays a role across the world in every society, in every place that whites live. It becomes an important motivating factor. So the Portuguese did allow the blacks many things. They even allowed blacks to become assimilados. They even allowed blacks to become Portuguese citizens. But the rules were so structured that very few actually could. 99% of the blacks couldn't. It is very important to consider the propaganda of any government at any one time versus the reality on the ground. Even in this modern day and age where America and other countries are talking about certain things, they have their propaganda that they put out across the world. But how do their countries actually function? What is it actually like inside the country? Who really pulls the strings? And that is why you must always look at any situation and look at it deeper. The more that I study history and countries, the more I'm beginning to see countries as formed of various groups of people. And there are communities, multiple communities inside those nations. Some communities are big and dominant, others are smaller. Sometimes the small ones can also be dominant, like the French in Canada. 10% French in Canada, but the French can pack a punch as a group and have a wider effect on the country. And Hitler spoke in a similar way about the Germans in Austria. Germans only making up 10% of the population of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, yet they had an almost dominant role in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Before I start reading this, I want to tell you about something my Portuguese barber told me. My Portuguese barber is an old man now, but in 1963, 2 years after these events that we're going to look at, he went to Angola as a soldier, and he fought in Angola. And he is very sad about Angola and the Portuguese loss of Angola, as are all the Portuguese, because they lost the jewel of their empire. Angola was truly amazing. But we will get back to all the other factors about them. Anyway, he told me the following story, which is relevant to this. He said to me that some years ago, when he visited his family in Portugal, there was a member of his family who was the head of a police station. And his family member said at a point to him and some of the others in their family, he said to them they must come with him. He wants to show them something. And he took them to the police station, and he pulled out a video. I don't know exactly what format it was, whatever, whether it was one of the old video formats of decades ago, I have no idea. But he pulled out this video reel or videotape or whatever, and he told them to sit down, and he showed them some film footage. And my Portuguese barber said to me that the film footage that he saw with his own eyes is the following. And as he told this to me, he was starting to cry. He said to me that he saw blacks going up to a white woman who was pregnant, and the blacks cut her stomach open. And they cut her stomach open. She was alive. They cut her stomach open, and they pulled out of her unborn baby. And he said, and as he said this, he was in tears, and he said to me, they cut the head off the unborn baby. There has to be, in Europe and even in America, there have to be copies of lots and lots of video footage from Africa, and also from other wars and other times. There has to be lots and lots and lots of film footage that has never been shown to the white public anywhere in the Western world. There has to be lots and lots of this stuff under lock and key, hidden away from whites everywhere. It has to be in the hands of police, military, intelligence. It may be sitting in war colleges, in certain types of museums. It may be that certain types of academics and officers get access to it. But there has to be a heck of a lot of stuff that exists, photographs and video footage, film footage, of all kinds of hideous, hideous things from both Africa and also from other wars and other parts of the world. But I would suspect that there must be lots and lots of film footage from Africa, because there are all kinds of troops, agents, special forces, etc., and government officials who came to Africa from various countries. And they must have tons and tons of stuff. that we've never seen, that has never been shown on TV and is kept away from the vast mass of people. And one of the reasons for keeping it away from people is in order to not damage the liberal pipe dream in the sky. Oh, we're all one people and we all got to live together and live happily ever after, etc. That kind of nonsense. But there's a reason for that nonsense. There's a reason for that nonsense. And we'll come back to that later. Part of it is because of the events here in Africa, with the Russians and Chinese getting the blacks on their side and the blacks working with them. This now puts the Western world at a disadvantage. And the Western world must have decided to go with this notion that they need to calm things down. But Jews must have played a big, huge role in all of this. So these are things we'll get back to, but there's got to be tons of film footage out there that is really important. And if people were to see it, they would be absolutely horrified. Yet it's valid stuff. And whites are at a disadvantage because they do not know about this. Because whites need to be calmed down and fooled about race. Because there are bigger political agendas at work. Political and economic agendas. And the economic is almost more important than the political. Now, just another point. Terror. The blacks doing these things. The blacks seeing the whites fleeing from the Congo. And the whites pulling out of the Congo. And terror suddenly creating an instant black victory. Now these blacks in Angola want to repeat the same process. There is an important lesson in here, a military lesson for all men. And the lesson is this. If you have a fear of something, and you express that fear, and your enemy gets to know about what you're afraid of, your enemy, and remember your enemy is not somebody you love, okay? Your enemy is somebody who's trying to destroy you. They're trying to bring about your downfall. That's the proper definition of an enemy. Somebody who's trying to fuck up your life. That's who it is. Now, if you have an enemy that's out to destroy you, and that enemy learns that you've got this weakness, and maybe you are vocal about your weakness. Oh no, we're afraid of this, and the blacks might come and chop our arms and legs off, and so on. By having a weakness and exposing it for all to see, your enemy might suddenly get the idea, oh goodness, there's a weakness in those people. That's their Achilles heel. If we do that, we'll destroy them. And therein lies one of the reasons why it is important that men and white societies not show fear. If you show too much fear, you might get your enemy excited that this is the way to psychologically destroy you. There is, of course, also the military tactic and strategy that has been used on multiple occasions, where, as a tactical approach, that a military commander has decided to pretend to have a weakness and to pretend to be weaker than he really is in order to lure his enemy into doing a thing that the enemy thinks is going to work, but in actual fact it's not going to work. So there are times when you can put out a weakness, a fake weakness, in order to get your enemy excited, and your enemy tries something, but meanwhile you feigned a weakness that you didn't really have, and it was actually a trap, and you destroy your enemy. These things have happened many times. But you must be careful about letting real fears and real weaknesses come out and encourage your enemy. Because if you are genuinely afraid of something and you make your enemy believe that this is something you truly are scared of, if your enemy believes that a certain psychological weakness will give him victory quickly and easily, he may decide to make your nightmare come true. So you must be very careful about having a fear, and that the fear becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. But there are many ways to play many games. You can also use your fears for political gain as well. So let's dive into the events of 1961, because this time we're going to do a whole bunch of stuff. There's tons to look at. And in this case, what we're going to discover is we're going to see the blacks unleashing the terror on the whites, and the blacks eventually discovering to their horror, especially at Carmona, that these whites are actually not going to run anymore. These whites are tougher, and these whites are going to fight back. And 1961 starts out with these plans for the Black Terror. These blacks have planned massacre, genocide, and terror. That's the basis of their strategy. And they go and they execute it all across northern Angola. However, as you will see, Black Terror has its limits. And then as the whites start fighting back, you will see that Black Terror turns into White Terror. That these whites start turning the tables on the blacks. That Black Terror turns into White Terror, and black attempts at genocide turn into white attempts at genocide. And then you're going to see how these whites kill and kill and kill. So yes, the blacks do kill. Indeed they do. They kill quite a lot. But wait until you see how many blacks get killed. And then you will see that this has to be the reason why blacks never again in Southern Africa tried this kind of style of doing things. And Holden Roberto himself, as their, let's call him their supreme commander and their supreme strategist, he himself changes his tactics after this. And from after this, the tactical method used by the blacks right throughout Southern Africa, right into South Africa, right to the modern day, is guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare, where you come, you do a small-scale quick attack, and then you get the hell out of there. And why do they do this? Because they want to limit their casualties. They want to limit their pain, because their deaths and their suffering bothers them. And as I will show you more, yeah, we don't like the idea of them coming to slaughter us. But guess what? What if we slaughter them? How will they like that? How will they behave after that? Those are the things that in time to come I'm going to show you more of that. And you're going to see the effects on the blacks. This notion that the blacks can go wild, but the whites cannot go wild. This is wrong, actually. And in deeper studies of the history of Southern Africa, going back 100 years and more, I can actually show you that on other occasions, it is the white man who needs to be controlled, because there have been many times when the white man just wanted to kill and kill and kill. The white man had to be controlled from killing the blacks. the white man has dealt blows to them like they've never felt before. And the white man, once he's motivated, he can have a hatred for these people that knows no bounds. In America, the liberals have the sort of statement, don't make the black boy angry. But the reality is, don't make the white boy angry. Yes, the black boy can kill, but wait until you see how many the white boy can kill. Therein lies the secret to victory in race war. It is white leaders who control whites from excess killing. But in here, what we're going to study here is a rare occasion when the whites are not controlled, and how much killing do they get up to, and how much killing do they do, and you're in for some surprises and shocks at when the white men start doing genocide. And therein lies another aspect of warfare, is that in warfare often, especially European and Western warfare, there are often limits, unspoken rules of war. There are either unspoken rules of war or rules of war that are just generally accepted by both sides. Because in warfare you can do many, many things, and you've got the power to do many things. You can grab somebody, you can capture an enemy soldier, you can torture him to death, you can do all kinds of wild and exciting things without suffering any harm. But the other side of the coin is that if you begin doing it, the other side can also begin doing it. So if in a war both sides do not kill civilians, then that's cool. But if one side starts killing civilians, then the other side will say, hey, they're killing our civilians, let's kill their civilians. And that is how warfare actually works. There are certain rules of war that are there where both sides can do something to each other, but because it's going to be painful and unpleasant, they mutually, without saying much, agree to not do those things until one flagrantly violates, let's call it, the rules of war. Now, in these battles in Africa, you'll see these blacks going and doing wild things. But those wild things can be done to them too. However, the majority of the time, whites don't do those things. Now, one of the problems when you're dealing with blacks, for example, and it's actually true of all races, is that if you do not engage in certain behavior, the other race may conclude that you are weak. So if they, for example, like to cut people's heads off, but they see you don't cut the heads off the dead, they might actually interpret this as a weakness on your part, that you're too wishy-washy to do this. You might actually not do it because you think it's not proper, it's not civilized. You've got to be very careful about interracial assumptions. You mustn't assume that everybody's thinking like whites. Jews and liberals and communists are constantly trying to condition whites into believing that everybody is like the whites or everybody has the same values as the whites, but that is not true. The reality is on the ground that they may see things through eyes that are very different to yours. So if they go and they cut, let's say, heads off, and they see you don't cut heads off, they can actually say to themselves, you know what, those white men, they're very squeamish. They're actually very wussified. You know, we're strong. We can do these things, and they just don't have what it takes, you know. It's amazing how people can attribute strengths to themselves which aren't actually strengths. And so they then may say to themselves, and as an aside, I believe that this is a large part of what's happening in South Africa, is that when the blacks do certain things and they get away with it, and they see that the whites don't do those things, then they say to themselves, that proves that we are superior. If we can do violence and we can burn down houses and set cars on fire, but the whites don't do it, the whites are weak, they are pathetic, they're scared, we are strong. That is how they will perceive it. And so then they'll say, well, we'll put them in their place, we'll go and set the cars on fire, burn down the houses, etc. We're going to show these people our strength. And then because you constantly saying, no, don't do it, please don't do it, let's talk it over. They may say, well, you see how strong we are and how those whites come and they beg us. You've got to be very careful about the things that you show through your behavior. Your behavior may make your enemy think he's strong and you're weak. And you know what? Just like those things I was telling you about your fears, just like having fears and vocalizing those fears, and the enemy makes your nightmares come true. In the same way, if you have certain behavior and they believe that they've got something that's working, and they see you always responding the same way, but never being able to respond with violence or anything like that, then they'll say, oh, we're so strong and they're so stupid, and, let's do it again, it's working for us. That's why blacks come and they just have strike after strike. We must have had hundreds of thousands of strikes in South Africa. Truly, we must have had hundreds of thousands of strikes in South Africa in the last 40 years. Hundreds of thousands. And the blacks use violence on every occasion. Why? Because it works for them. Because nothing happens to them. Nobody comes and shoots them. So then they come to believe that this system is working for them. And by you responding in weak ways, they start thinking, we got a tactic that's going to work. We did a strike last year and we got a 10% pay increase. Let's do a strike this year and get another 10% pay increase. They are starting to develop habits because you are not responding to them in a way that stops them. Liberalism and Jews basically open doors to bad behavior and keep the doors open to the disadvantage of whites. You must be very careful how you respond, both in words and deeds, to the actions of your enemies, because just your words and your deeds may set up a scenario that's going to be repeated again and again to your disadvantage. And that is a very important thing that I want to get across to whites, is that the way you behave to them may be interpreted completely differently to what you think. And ultimately, the real answer may be something completely different. You may have to respond to their violence with violence. That may be the real answer. And I personally am convinced that the proper way to respond to these racial attacks is not through negotiation, not through any kinds of stepping backwards. That the real answer is when they use violence against you, you must use even more violence against them. And here you're going to watch this in Angola and you'll see what happens, because that is exactly what happened. So let's get cracking. Here we go. This is from a book written in 1966. And we start with the morning of the 15th of March, 1961. At 6 o'clock that morning, I woke up with the noise. And when I came to the window of my room, I saw that the house of the manager of the fazenda being attacked by hundreds of blacks, maybe 400 of them. A fazenda is an estate. So an estate in African terms is not just a farm, it's a really big farm. More like a real big commercial operation. And the man whose words we are reading here is a guy who was a soldier on this fazenda. So he says, I saw the house of the manager of the fazenda being attacked by hundreds of blacks, maybe 400 of them. Most of these blacks I had never seen around Mbridge. So this is Mbridge. It's on the map, and it is slightly north of Carmona. So this is 6 o'clock in the morning, and that very evening will be the night when these blacks are hitting Carmona. So this is early in the morning. Almost at the same time, the terrorists began to attack the other houses and installations. So let me just pause there. Here we've got an estate. It's a big farm with a lot of workers, etc. And you've got 400 terrorists overrunning it. Again, note, 400 terrorists overrun a big fazenda, and it's going to kill everybody there. Which brings us back to that topic of how safe are you on a farm, how safe are you in a remote area. These are military questions we'll be returning to again and again and again. Rural areas versus cities, rural areas versus cities. You'll see me coming up with this topic again and again and again. We're going to look at it from all kinds of angles, and then you're going to start seeing some interesting facts appearing. Almost at the same time the terrorists began to attack the other houses and installations, I grabbed my hunting rifle and started to shoot at them from my window. But I was running short of ammunition, and my African houseboy, see they refer to the blacks as boys, Joao, made a dash for the house next door to collect more ammunition. He never made it. A band of terrorists caught him, killed him with a katana, in brackets, machete, blows, and then cut off his head and sexual organs. Let me pause there. In the previous video, I wasn't sure what a katana was, and they made it sound like a sword, but a katana is actually a machete, and I later got actual pictures of a katana. It is exactly a machete. So they cut off his head and his sexual organs. Then the crazy savages lifted those things in the air like trophies, and they began jumping about in a dance, yelling and whistling and laughing. So these blacks have cut the head and genitals off a black who was working for this soldier. And notice they are laughing and happy. I'm telling you, will to power is at work here. They were bringing out the other captured men onto the ground in front of the installations, and they started slaughtering them in the most horrible ways. The screaming victims were still alive when the beasts cut their eyes out of their sockets, cut their hands off, castrated them, and cut their bellies open and pulled their insides out. I was trembling with horror and fear. See, it's exactly as I told you, like my barber said. They cut your stomach open while you're alive. These horrors of Angola are like unmatched in quantity and savagery, like you've never seen. So let's continue. Oh God, what they did to my old friend Jose. Truly the kindest man who ever lived. The terrorists skinned him alive. The piercing screams of my old friend, I can still hear them in my ears. Then the turn came for women and children. The beasts made no color discrimination. They slaughtered white, mulatto, and Negro alike. The mulattoes are the ones we would call coloreds in Africa. These are the half-breeds. And so they also kill the Negros, the blacks, who are working for the whites. They would throw the smaller children high up into the air and then let them drop on the soil to break their bones. And then the bastards would play a brutal game of football with the bodies of those dying children, while the mothers screamed like crazy in the hands of the beasts. I couldn't believe that anything so evil could exist in this world. Afterward, they started on the women, the married women and young girls alike. They were disrobed and raped savagely by scores of the beasts. I refuse to describe some of the horribly obscene things which they did to those poor women before they finally killed them. The savages cut the breasts off practically each one of them and pushed sticks of wood through their lower parts as they died. So probably pushing sticks into their sexual organs. This is quite normal for these blacks. When they want to do nasty things, they do what they want to do, man. Almost like cannibals, they abused the body of a pretty white girl of 18. And then they tied her to a tree, crucified her, cut off her breasts, and put one in each of her outstretched hands. So they cut the breasts off a white 18-year-old girl and put her cut off breasts in her own hands. So you see, these people are wildly crazy, but I'm sure they are loving it. They're enjoying this. I was about to use my last cartridge on myself when the terrorists jumped on me and captured me alive. By this time they were fed up with blood, I guess, because they were going to give me a longer torture. They put pepper in my eyes, tied my hands and feet, and dragged me on the ground in a kind of race. I guess I have to believe in miracles, because I was still alive when that Air Force plane came flying low over the fazenda and started machine gunning the terrorists. They ran like rabbits back into the forest. So this actually says that this is from a Portuguese settler, not a Portuguese soldier. My apologies. And that account is also from The Fabric of Terror, which I read the Carmona stuff from last time. So this is what they were doing here. The very interesting thing here is that there was an Air Force plane flying low over the area and it started machine gunning the terrorists. So this is very early in the morning. So it shows there was some kind of activity in the air that morning, even though we know that at Carmona later they couldn't land. But somehow this one Air Force plane was actually doing something. So exactly how they got to know about it, etc., I don't know. But it is interesting that the Air Force plane chased them off just by coming in and doing a bit of quick machine gunning. So that's pretty cool. Shows a bit of power of the white man's technology. A plane with machine gun, very useful. Exactly what happened has never been made clear. PIDE. Now PIDE is an organization, it's a police organization in the time of Salazar, who ruled Portugal at the time, and it says on Wikipedia, the PIDE, or International and State Defense Police, was a Portuguese security agency that existed. So it's a special type of security agency. I'm not sure if it could be equated with special branch in Rhodesia, or maybe with Gestapo in the time of Hitler. It sounds very similar to what was known as the security police in the time of apartheid. In the time of apartheid, the security police used to hunt down these terrorists and monitor threats to the state. So PIDE seems to be an organization along those lines. Sort of police, security, state type thing. Not involved so much with crime as with threats to the state, security threats to the state. So it would be dealing with anyone who's violent and who wants to overthrow the state. So let's just go back to that. Exactly what happened, this is in Luanda, the capital of Angola. Exactly what happened has never been made clear. PIDE clamped a tight lid of censorship down over the city. Journalists' reports were heavily cut, so lots of censoring. Their actions were restricted. One who tried to witness the forbidden was shot. So PIDE shot a journalist who was trying to see what he shouldn't see. Official Portuguese reports claimed that a small gang of aimless thugs had attacked 4 policemen and hacked them to death with machetes, and that in the following confusion a few other people were injured. A minor clash, the Portuguese said, not to be bothered with. So that was the censored report from the police. Anyway, it continues. When they got out, however, the journalists told a different story. They said that 2 large groups of demonstrators marched on the prison, but were greeted by machine gun fire from the prison turrets. Hundreds died instantly, and their bodies were carted out of town in truckloads to be buried in the bush. Luanda had turned into a city of panic and fear. Blood-stained doorsteps and streets. PIDE was everywhere, arresting hundreds, and the whites had gone berserk. Mobs of Portuguese roamed through Luanda, randomly attacking Africans, meaning blacks. One mob caught an African and tore him apart limb by limb while he was still alive. This is so wild. Let me read this again. One mob, this is a mob of whites, Portuguese. One mob caught an African and tore him apart limb by limb while he was still alive. Another mob dragged a Negro, that's the terminology used here in this book. Another mob dragged a Negro to the top of a 6-story building and threw him off the roof onto the street below. At the funeral of the dead policeman, the mourners suddenly took brutal revenge on a passing group of innocent blacks. They shot or beat to death at least 10 of these passers-by, and for hours the body of one was left lying outside the cemetery gates, where passing whites kicked, slashed, and mauled it. Neither PIDE nor the regular police intervened. They watched approvingly. By the end of the week, about 3,000 blacks had paid for the deaths of 6 whites. So let's just pause there. So PIDE went and shut down everything, censored everything. The MPLA, who later were the communist MPLA, they thought that they could just stage a big march on the prison. Now is the time to make a move on the whites and get the blacks out of prison, the hundreds of political prisoners. And all that happened was the Portuguese at the prison just machine gunned them to death. The thousands of dead were then loaded onto trucks and buried outside in the bush. And the whites inside Luanda went crazy, just attacking any blacks. An interesting one about the black torn apart limb by whites. I don't think I've ever come across anything like that before. But you can see here the Portuguese were really wild. And you can see that for the death of 6 whites, the revenge was 3,000 dead blacks. So if you put this into a racial ratio, remembering that Angola at that point in time, the whites were outnumbered 26-1, then the revenge by the whites is 500-1. For every one white who died, they killed 500 blacks. But now the tactical error of MPLA was to think that they could just stage protests and just go and use their numbers. But as I've said before, the answer to large numbers of people is a machine gun. And here you can see, very easily, very quickly, they killed hundreds. And by the way, if you look at the history of South Africa, the Jews, liberals, communists, and Christians even, they go on and on and on about a thing called the Sharpeville Massacre. And the Sharpeville Massacre killed something like 69 blacks or something. And it was also actually a similar kind of a thing, where the blacks moved in this case on a small police station. And actually another thing they don't tell you about the Sharpeville Massacre is that the blacks were all carrying weapons. And there was this tiny police station, and the blacks thought that they could overrun it and kill the police. Instead, the police went and shot them up. There were also black police in the police station, I think. And so this huge mass of blacks armed with knob carries and other machete type weapons, etc., they thought that they could just go and kill the police. And the police, sitting it out in their little police station, shot up 69 of them, killed 69 and injured a whole bunch more. And that sorted them out. But they go on and on. Oh, Sharpeville, Sharpeville, Sharpeville. Oh, the massacre at Sharpeville. Well, here are the Portuguese, and they didn't bugger around, and they killed hundreds. And as it says here, in total, 3,000 blacks were killed that week. So this is inside a city, blacks trying their nonsense. Right now, as I'm recording this, in America, in Minneapolis, blacks are busy burning down stuff. They're burning down buildings and they're going crazy. As the Americans would say, they're chimping out. And it's all to do with apparently yet another example of some black being killed. Jews no doubt stirring up the racial conflict there, misrepresenting it. Jews are always busy breaking down law and order. And you can see that clearly in America, that Jews are taking any opportunity that they can to hammer the police, and especially the white police. Jews are busy trying to break down law and order. And so what happens is now you've got all these blacks and there's nobody shooting at them. And so when you leave them, they go and they start burning down everything, destroying, looting, causing immense amounts of damage. And then people just, whites just sit aside and they just watch all this horrific nonsense taking place. And then they think, oh God, this is so terrible, these blacks are so powerful. But that's because nobody's shooting at them. In the time when I was young, looting, for example, was punished by being shot dead on sight. Looters would be shot dead on sight. So, you know, if you've got people running around creating arson and all that, and you just sent some police and you said, look, just shoot to kill and just take care of them quickly, I can tell you a handful of police will put them in their place in no time at all. But the Jew has created such a terrible situation in South Africa and America that the police and even the government are too scared to do anything. So when you leave these people in mobs to do things, then the mobs are terrible. They cause dreadful damage. But all you need is a tool called a gun, and better still a machine gun, and you will see that in very short order, white science and technology will very quickly bring that nonsense to an end. You don't need to have to put up with all this crap. So just compare Luanda back then in 1961 with Minneapolis in 2020, or any other major American city in recent years, and you will quickly see that when the Portuguese went to work, they did some serious killing. And that shows you what whites are capable of when they are in the mood for it. When they're in the mood for it. And here these Portuguese, they've had enough now. And as you can see also, PIDE and the police, when they saw normal Portuguese murdering blacks, the police were just not intervening, and they were very approving of that. So, you know, at the end of the day, if you've got a police force that's working for you, a government that's working for you, an army that's working for you, you won't have any problems. It's only Jews that come and say, oh, you shouldn't be killing them, you shouldn't be doing this. Meanwhile, the Jews busy undermining your entire society. In fact, the MPLA were themselves a bunch of intellectuals, and they seem to have been mixed race intellectuals, almost Obama types, almost Obama communist types. That's the MPLA. The main thing, though, is that when the whites start pushing the boundaries of what is physically possible, if you use the force that you are capable of using your science, using your technology, using your organization, your police, like the PIDE in this case, then there's a heck of a lot that you can do to fight back. And these numbers don't actually mean much. They don't really mean much. For them to mean something, they've got to be armed themselves. So let's continue. On February 20th, Liberia, which is an African nation created by former slaves. These are slaves, these are blacks who had left America to return to Africa. They're a whole other story. They're also a story of total stupidity and idiocy. In fact, Liberia proves that the black Americans, when returned to Africa, are no better than the blacks of Africa, and in some cases even worse. But that's a whole other story. A sideline on Liberia is that when the blacks from America came to Africa, they ended up taking total control of Liberia and oppressing the blacks of Liberia for 100 years. And then when they'd oppressed the blacks of Liberia for 100 years, then the two groups fought it out with each other for 25 years. So it was a total fuck up. So Liberia, total waste of time. In Africa, we hardly even notice this stupid state, but many whites in Africa don't realize that Liberia is blacks from America returning to Africa, and they don't add any value to Africa. They clearly have learned very little, if anything. And Liberia is a fucking rat hole. Anyway, so February 20th, Liberia demanded that the United Nations investigate Portuguese brutality in Angola. When the debate began, Garin, the head of the Portuguese delegation, indignantly declared that the violence had been inspired by the international communist conspiracy and carried out by hired thugs and hooligans. In any case, he said, it was Portuguese business alone, and investigations would be unnecessary because the minor disturbance had been squelched and order restored. Gorin was wrong on all counts. The Africans wanted revenge, not only for the Luanda massacre, but for centuries of abuse. And when they struck, less than a month later, they hurled Angola into a maelstrom of violence and brutality, more hideous than even Kenya suffered. It has not been at peace since. Well, that's because this book was written in 1966. Kenya, by the way, was a black country in Africa where the British fought, and that was some years before this. We can look at Kenya somewhat later. Kenya is not that important to what we want to look at now, but Kenya is very interesting because Kenya is actually probably the original attempt by blacks to fight whites, even before the Belgian Congo. But things were different there. In Kenya, the British fought back for a time until they gave up. But the Belgian Congo was where the blacks had a quick victory, and now they decide they're going to try a quick victory in Angola. So this massacre of the blacks by the Portuguese in January, this is before March when the blacks launched their big attack. So let's take a look at the morning of 1961. We've seen what happened at Mbridge. Here's another one. And it says, it rains steadily in Angola from October to May. In March and April, when the rain is heaviest, rivers rise and bridges are washed away. Roads dissolve, travel is often impossible. In the mornings, along with the constant rain, a heavy mist settles over the countryside. So this gives you an idea of the equatorial type of climate of Angola. And this also explains why the Portuguese army struggled so much to get to places like Carmona later. Bridges are washed away, roads are almost impossible to travel on. It sounds a lot like Russia. Sounds a lot like Russia when the snow melts, etc. So on March 15th, 1961, the mist was as heavy as usual, and the roads were as bad as could be expected. But two truckers had fought their way to Luvo, in the northeast corner of Angola, right next to the Congo border. And they were determined to get to the nearby sawmill to pick up their load of wood and make it to Ambrizette before dusk. In order to accomplish this, they had started very early. When they reached Luvo, it was 6 a.m. and the sun was just beginning to rise. Let me just pause there. At 6 a.m. on the same day at Mbridge, the blacks were busy hacking up the whites at the fazenda. So let me continue. And the sun was beginning to rise. But as they approached the mill, they heard shots. Frightened, they decided to hide their truck among the stacks of wood behind the mill and climb a stack to look around before going farther. What they saw froze them to the top of the stack. 200 or 300 Africans, drunk, shouting and laughing, their faces smeared with paint, swarmed through Luvo, wildly waving axes, rifles, and machetes. They were dragging the entire white population of the village toward the sawmill. Most of the whites were dead, shot, or slashed to death with machetes, but several were still alive. The truckers hidden on the stack, could hear them moaning. The Africans dragged 42 bodies to the mill. They stripped the clothing off all of them, and then strapped the bodies, living and dead, to the feed belt that led to the circular saw used to slice tree trunks in half, lengthways. The terrorists turned on the saw and sawed the whites in half, lengthways. There were a few terrible final screams, and then the mutilated corpses, solitary arms and legs, parts of heads and torsos, wet entrails, their stomachs, were ejected from the chute at the end of the mill. The blacks formed a ring around the remains and broke into frenzied dances, screaming, shouting, waving their arms, and swinging their weapons. So, again, just like at Embridge, the blacks are very happy with themselves. Will to power, my friends. Will to power. They're enjoying the victory. They've grabbed these whites and been able to carry out their dreams. They've wanted to have their way to punish these whites, and now they got to saw them in half on a sawmill that is used for sawing trees. Gradually their frenzy abated, and slowly they filtered back into the forest. But the truckers remained atop their stack for several hours, hearing only the buzzing of the saw, as if it were a gigantic fly among the swarms that hovered over the shredded bodies. Finally, they forced themselves to climb down and walk into the village. It was empty. All of the whites had been murdered. The truckers did not return to the saw to investigate the remains. They climbed into their truck and hurried through the mud back to the nearest large town, Carmona, which we discussed last time. So, just to stop and summarize again, here is yet another small place, and it only takes 200 or 300 blacks to come and kill everybody. At Embridge, a few hundred blacks killed everybody. But when they get to Carmona, where 5,000 whites are, and remember it's men, women and children, so we're really looking at 2,000 to 2,500 white males. When 30,000 blacks come to meet 2,500 white males in Carmona, it's a totally different story. But the point here is that even if you are far away, even if you are remote, if you can be overwhelmed, then you get wiped out. And it doesn't take many to wipe you out. But when you begin to defend yourself, like the butcher at Quetex, who was shooting the blacks who were massacring the whites there, even the butcher and his daughter managed to drive the blacks off eventually, even though they'd killed most everybody. But in Carmona, where there was more defense, there it was a whole different story. So if you've got a defensive position and you are able to arm yourself and fight from a defensive position, you're okay. But if they just come at you and you've got no warning and they just swarm all over you, you're dead. Whether you're on a farm or even a tiny village, you're gone. So let's continue. The truckers thought they had terrible, shocking news. But when they told their story to the authorities at Carmona, it was received only with wary nods and bitter resignation. Luvo was not unique. The same horror struck almost simultaneously at 45 different points along a front almost 500 miles long. The entire northeastern section of Angola had in one stroke been subjected to the most fearsome, brutal slaughters that history has produced. No one is certain precisely how or if the first massacres were organized. The Portuguese government immediately issued terse, uninformative press releases that explained that there was minor trouble caused by the international communist conspiracy and carried out by foreign terrorists who had slipped into Angola from across the Congo border, the Belgian Congo. Spokesman from MPLA said that the massacres were reprisals by the Africans for the bloody campaign of revenge that the Portuguese had carried out after the demonstrations at Luanda. But the MPLA is not the same as Holden Roberto's group. That's the UPA. Holden Roberto announced that the uprising had started when white plantation managers fired on workers who had demanded better pay and more humane treatment, that the workers had risen up and overrun the plantation, killing the manager and other whites, and that the uprising had then spontaneously spread to other plantations. He said that African deserters from the army joined the rioters and thus turned it into a guerrilla war. Initially, he disclaimed any connection with the uprising, although he said that since it had started, he would help it continue until Angola was free. So let me just pause there. So Holden Roberto, who history has subsequently discovered was the actual organizer of the actual events that day, he actually lies. He tells enormous lies, and he says, oh no, it started on the plantations and the Portuguese were just unreasonable to the blacks, and then the blacks just killed them, and then it spread from one place to another. So he's hiding completely the fact that this is totally organized and has been planned for months ahead. And the MPLA, who are also on the same mission as Holden Roberto, but they just don't know that Holden Roberto is the guy who planned this, they attribute it to the massacre at the prison. So everybody's giving different reasons, at least the blacks are, and it's all wrong. It's all a lie. None of this is revenge for anything. Roberto had as his military plan the idea that terror would drive the Portuguese out of Angola. So all these other stories, that's just them playing their political bullshit game, just talking their shit, etc. And it says here, but just 2 months later, as the rebellion reached its first peak of success, he, Holden Roberto, contradicted himself and took all the credit. UPA had engineered the whole thing in advance, he said, and the rebels had been following his orders. So he lies in the beginning, and then later on he says, oh, it was all my work. It was all my work. So one of the lessons from this is military secrecy. Roberto's attack was a military secret, apart from the little bit of information the Portuguese got the November before. But other than that, it was done in complete secrecy. And when it was happening, he was lying about it. And therefore, nobody really was aware who was behind it and what was going on. So that's actually some pretty good stuff there. He's pulled off a thing, he's busy with something, and nobody realizes that there's an actual plan behind it and a goal behind it. They think that these blacks are just going crazy all by themselves, you know, to use the American term, chimping out. But meanwhile, the reality is the blacks are not chimping out. This is all planned. The whole thing was planned. Now, the Portuguese government is issuing much smaller statements, and they are saying international communist conspiracy is behind this. So they might not know the finer details, but the Portuguese government is telling you the truth, that yes, this is something that's been organized. So to continue, in any case, March 15th was a day of horror and death for more than 300 whites and uncounted blacks in the northeast corner of Angola. At 6 a.m., Luvo, the Primavera plantation at Sao Salvador, and the fazenda at Embridge were surprised and quickly overrun. Mavao was hit at 7 a.m., Quitex and the outlying fazenda were overrun at 8 a.m. At 7 p.m., thousands of Africans mounted wave after wave of suicide charges against Carmona. In between, 37 smaller outposts were wiped clean of whites. So to just summarize that day again, starting at 6 a.m. in the morning and then carrying on right until midnight that evening, the blacks had come in, they'd wiped out all the whites at Luvo, all the whites at Primavera plantation, and at Embridge they had wiped out the whites at Mavao, they had wiped out the whites at
Quitex.
But just remember, the butcher and his daughter at
Quitex
had been shooting up a lot of blacks. And the outlying fazenda was overrun at 8 a.m. So early in the morning, from 6 until 8, the blacks had raced through places, caught the whites off guard at daybreak, killed and killed and killed, and knocked out 37 other smaller outposts. Whites just genocided everywhere until at 7 p.m. they dared to attack Carmona. And they left the Carmona attack clearly because they realized Carmona's too tough to take in the daytime. So they needed the cover of night. We've discussed that before. And in many ways, what you're looking at is the first example of what you could call conventional warfare in southern Africa, where the blacks are just attacking you frontally and they're just going for it, using their numbers, using their planning, using their speed. You cannot fault the blacks on the way they're tackling this. They're doing a good job. Militarily speaking, they're doing a good job. They're coming in, they're fast, they've got secrecy, their leaders are lying about what's really going on, and there's chaos. And inside that chaos, they know what the purpose of the chaos is. The whites are realizing that they're getting hit. They don't know exactly who's behind it, but they know that they're under attack, and the whites are starting to react to that. And of course, we've seen the amazing events at Carmona. So to continue, different bands attacked in different regions, but everywhere the pattern was the same. The rebels, primarily of the Bakongo tribe, came together from native settlements, towns and plantations, and massed in the forest. They picked up weapons, katanas, that is machetes, automatic weapons, so here's some mention of automatic weapons, ancient muzzle-loading rifles, homemade guns that either exploded in the face of the person who fired them or spewed out a blast of nuts, bolts, and scrap metal. By the way, these homemade guns, I've seen them here in South Africa, and they are made even by criminals. They make homemade guns. I've actually got photographs of them. They make a lot of them. Criminals make a lot of them. These homemade guns that are able to work with existing ammunition. They don't make the ammunition, but they basically create a weapon for ammunition that they have. I've seen that, and I've got photos of that. I saw that at a security company, and I was quite impressed. But in this case, blacks also have guns that fire blasts of nuts, bolts, and scrap metal. There aren't that many examples of black ingenuity, but there is one that I've come across that is quite fascinating, that maybe I should actually show whites. First, we're going to focus on tactics and strategy and and all those things, because that's very important. Then later on I will show you the things that happen inside wars and how wars evolve, because as the war gets going, both sides start arming up. And that in itself is a very, very fascinating process. And that's something that we should take a good look at, is how do things progress from the beginning? What happens after the initial fighting? Once everybody's tried to kill each other, what happens next? So we'll get back to that, because that is fascinating, and I can show you from different wars what whites do, and in some cases even what blacks do. Very interesting stuff. So let's continue. They painted their faces. Some painted crosses on their foreheads. I don't know why they'd paint crosses on their foreheads. Are they trying to make it easy to be shot at, or do they think that God is going to be on their side? I have no idea. They doped themselves up on hemp, marijuana, that grows wild in that region, and got drunk on cheap native alcohol. Witch doctors assured them that special spells had been cast to make them invisible or invulnerable, and that even if they died in battle, they would be resurrected after 3 days. So that sounds very much like somebody's been reading the Bible there. So let's just go over that witch doctor shit. It's quite funny, actually. Witch doctors assured them that special spells had been cast to make them invisible or invulnerable, bulletproof, and that even if they died in battle, they would be resurrected after 3 days. So maybe that explains the crosses on their foreheads. Then they whipped the rebels up into a quasi-religious maniacal fury and sent them charging against the whites, screaming, "Upa mata, UPA kill, UPA kill." I just want to discuss that for a second. You know, why are these blacks taking marijuana? Why are they drinking alcohol? Why are the witch doctors there? These blacks are afraid to die. They are afraid of pain. They're afraid of death. And they need to be stoked up because they're about to do something dangerous, and they themselves are scared that they are going to have their arms and legs shot off, that they are going to die. So their leaders are basically bullshitting them. And their leaders are giving them all kinds of false hope in order to get them to do something that is actually dangerous, that could get them killed. If the whites hold the line and the whites start shooting back, these blacks are going to get slaughtered. And like I keep telling you, even the blacks do not want to suffer pain. Even the blacks do not want to die. And it's interesting the deception that their leaders engage in, and their witch doctors play a massive role in this. And these kinds of things also happened in the Congo, and the blacks were also told that they were bulletproof, that they could just charge into the weapons and the white man's weapons won't do anything to them. But as I've said before, this kind of tactic later on fades away, because here they're trying to do big things fast, and they're trying to get the blacks to move in masses. And if you remember at Carmona, the blacks were chanting. They were using the drums and chanting. Even in South Africa, modern South Africa, you will see the blacks chanting and making a big noise in unison, because it is to give them faith and strength in their numbers. These are military tactics intended not just to scare the whites, but also to beef up their own morale. They don't want to die. They want to feel, we are many, we are going to crush those whites. And they need that, because if their morale breaks, then they don't carry out the attack properly, then the whole thing is a shambles. You see, in military stuff, like what these blacks are doing, they're trying to wipe out the whites quickly. That means you've got to come in with an attack, you've got to come in with a very hectic attack, you've got to move quickly, you've got to kill who you must kill, and you can't now have them doing the attack and then halfway through they decide they're scared and then they run away, because then the whites can survive and the whites can be better prepared for next time. So they have to move with speed and they have to hit with everything they have, because their weapons are, they've got different weapons. Some have got rifles, some have got old muzzle loading shotguns, some have hunting rifles, maybe a handful have got automatic weapons. So they got a hodgepodge of weapons, and there are those of them, especially the ones with the machetes, the katanas, they're going to have to go right up to the whites and try and cut the whites apart. Now, if you remember in the previous video at
Quitex,
that the blacks were very careful to get close to the whites. Everybody was waiting. The moment the stores opened, the blacks were there. They had their coats on. They had all their weapons ready. They were real close up to the whites when they launched their attack. So the whites were inside the shops, and now they can cut them apart. They're right next to them. They don't have to approach them. And that massacre went very, very well. That is probably the most advanced set of tactics that the blacks have used. They are right up close. The Portuguese don't know what's happening. The blacks are right close to them, standing right next to them at their doors. When they open their doors, they walk in and then they start the killing. There's no warning. That is a brilliant way to use those machetes and katanas right up close, kill them. So there's no distance factor, there's no time factor. There's no time to get warning, whereas Carmona got warning. The warning was hours, but that was already made a big difference. So you need to look at these weapons and the limitations of these weapons in order to understand what can you do and what can't you do. It's one thing to have a rifle walking around and shooting, but if your only weapon is a machete or a knife or something like that, then you've got to get up close to your victim. If your victim sees you coming, then the victim can scream and run. Then you've still got to chase your victim to catch them and kill them. But if your victim is so close that you just whip out this thing and you start cutting them up before they even know what's happening, then that is the best way to do it. So in that sense, what happened at
Quitex
is excellent tactics from the black point of view. And the only thing that went wrong was the butcher and his daughter. That was the only thing that went wrong. Otherwise, the black tactics were perfect for those kinds of weapons. But those kinds of weapons have got a lot of drawbacks. Once whites know they're on their way, they're coming, they're armed with this, then those weapons start losing their fear factor and their usefulness. It is militarily important for these blacks to make sure that when they do their attacks that they move fast, because anything can go wrong. And as I've said before, attacking is hard, because in attacking you've got to get up to your enemy, you've got to catch them off guard. If they get the slightest wind that you're on the way and they can start preparing defenses, then it just totally messes up your attack. Attacking is harder than defense. In this case, though, the blacks are using massive surprise attack across a wide area. They're hitting every place at the same time. Their timing is perfect. They are doing it properly. Those blacks are actually carrying out proper conventional warfare methods in Africa. They just don't have the advanced weaponry, but they're hitting a lot of places. They're hitting them at exactly the same time. They are moving fast. that whole first day is very well done for the blacks. We've got to give them their credit that their plan is working well. It's well done, well executed. But despite all of that, it still falls down when the Portuguese start shooting back and standing their ground. Then the whole thing starts falling apart. You can therefore call the first day or two, you can call it a black blitzkrieg. Well executed, within the limitations of their weapons, well executed, high speed, catching people off guard. The enemy is in chaos, nobody really knows what's happening, and nobody realizes, most importantly of all, nobody realizes there's an actual plan and training and preparation for this that went into this. However, despite all that, it still doesn't work out for the blacks, because the Portuguese turn out to be much tougher opponents than the blacks expected. And that's when this whole thing starts falling apart. Let's continue. Everywhere the Portuguese were completely unprepared. Despite the troubles in Luanda and recent disturbances on several plantations, they had not imagined that their, quotes, blacks could rebel. So let me just pause there. That's a lot like the Rhodesians and our good black people, our happy black people. Same as the South Africans. Our blacks, we care for them too well. They won't rebel against us. All nonsense. In the end, will to power is everything. If the black realizes that tomorrow he can rule you, or be rid of you and be better off, he will kill you tomorrow. It's really simple. Ultimately, there's no such thing as loyalty. So it says, they, the Portuguese, had not imagined that their blacks could rebel. They were caught by surprise. They had no defenses, and in many cases, no guns. Whites and loyal blacks were slaughtered, men, women, children, all of them, as at Luvo, and mutilated in hideous ways. They were disemboweled with katanas or hacked apart Mau Mau style. Let me pause there. Mau Mau are the blacks who started the war in Kenya against the British. The Mau Mau are probably the earliest of the blacks who rebel against the whites. They also used terror, and they specialized in brutality. So these blacks are learning from the Mau Mau, you see. So anyway, males were castrated, their eyes plucked out of their sockets, while they're alive, by the way, their hands and feet chopped off while they were still alive. So blacks are cutting your eyes out of your sockets while you're alive. Women were raped again and again, then tortured to death. Acid was poured into their vaginas. Katanas were jammed up into their guts, or they were lowered slowly down onto sharpened stakes. So they lower the white women down onto sharpened stakes, I think that go into their genitals first. Many were crucified alive and left to die. That's interesting. I don't know the finer details of the crucified alive, exactly how they did it. Parents were forced to watch the mutilation and execution of their children. So as you can see, one horror on top of another, one nightmare on top of another. After the outbreak, the rebels' ranks swelled and the rebellion spread. So let me pause there. Nothing succeeds like success. All these blacks, if they see some kind of success, then they go and join it. It's the same is true for whites. Everybody does this. Those who start the thing, if it looks like it's going to work, then others will join you. If it looks like you're going to fail, then the weak will start to leave first. That's the way the world works. 3 companies of African soldiers deserted from government columns to join the rebels. But most recruits came from the forests and from plantations, indigenous, that is what the Portuguese called them. So only 3 companies of troops rebelled. This is different to the Belgians. In the Belgian Congo, it looks like large parts of their army and police turned on the whites. But anyway, let's move on. The northeastern section of Angola, the terrorist triangle, or rotten triangle, as it came to be called, was soon infested with guerrillas. They burned homes, factories, warehouses, and mills, set fire to crops, blew up bridges, set up roadblocks, and ambushed isolated settlements and fleeing refugees. The effects were devastating. One journalist who flew over the triangle reported, "The countryside is desolate. Villages and farms are gutted ruins. For hundreds of miles, as seen from the air, the only sign of life is here and there, a rising smoke trail. If the struggle is continued, the consequences for the Angolans and the Portuguese will be terrifying." In May, Holden Roberto called a press conference, admitted that UPA had planned the revolt and was now leading and supplying the rebels. He said that automatic rifles, burp guns, a burp gun is a lightweight submachine gun. So he said automatic rifles, burp guns, and other modern weapons were being distributed, and he claimed that since March 15th, more than 1,000 Portuguese had been killed, along with 12,000 loyalist blacks. But he also noted that 25,000 Angolans were dead. The Portuguese had begun to strike back. We must just be a bit careful of the figures of the blacks. But let's go with the black figures for now, because I don't think they're quite correct. But anyway, he says that 1,000 Portuguese had been killed. And he claims that 12,000 loyalist blacks had been killed. I'm sure I saw the number 6,000 for the blacks who'd been killed, who were loyalists. The blacks themselves are not good at their statistics, and they also deliberately, like the Soviet Union, especially in World War II, like the Soviet Union, they also lie about their achievements. So now we are almost 2 months into the conflict, and now he starts saying that 25,000 blacks, in this book they refer to the blacks as Angolans, but that 25,000 Angolans were now dead. In other words, despite all the surprise attacks and all the unpreparedness of the Portuguese, in 2 months' time already, the black death toll from the attackers is already at least double that which they killed. So now we're going to start seeing some interesting things. Here is a quote from a guy at a village in Angola, a black guy, and he says, "In our region, where there has been no violence whatsoever, the Portuguese came and took all our educated people, especially the chiefs. Later they came back with trucks and dumped out the clothing of the men who had been killed. They were never heard from again, and it was then that we began taking rifles and machetes and resisting the Portuguese military power." Let me pause there. This black guy could be lying, could easily be lying, when he says, "in our region where there's been no violence whatsoever." You don't know what the Portuguese knew, and I wouldn't want to second guess it. So don't just take this as an absolute statement of fact. However, he says that the Portuguese came, they took all their educated people, including their chiefs, because chiefs still exist. Villages and tribes are still run by chiefs in Africa, even now. And the Portuguese came, took them away, came back and dumped the clothing, and they never saw or heard from those again. So now the Portuguese are killing. It doesn't say here clearly whether these are the Portuguese army or not. I'm assuming it's the army, but I have no proof. I'm going to skip over stuff about Carmona because we've dealt with Carmona, but here's what it says further. During the first few days of the rebellion, few towns had the success of Carmona. Few were as large, few had the warning. The implication thus is that there were some that did survive, but not many. So it's not only Carmona, but there were a couple of others that survived. Almost all the smaller villages were lost. Survivors were rare. 2 settlers' families tried to escape the general massacre that swept down over the Usua district by fleeing to the forest and then walking through the forest to a larger town. So these Portuguese are trying to flee and they're moving through a forest. When the women and children tired, one settler decided to stay with them in a secluded glade, while the other went on for help. It seemed safe enough, but the rebels found them. When the settler returned, he found only limbs and parts of bodies hanging from the trees. Now we start getting to the white terror, to the anger of the whites. As did many others during the first days of the outbreak, the settler went berserk. He tried to kill every black he saw, even loyal black soldiers. It was necessary to tie him up in a straitjacket and fly him to a hospital in Luanda. There he committed suicide. That's very sad. That's very sad. So he committed suicide after what he'd seen. He was right when he went after the blacks. He wanted to kill every black he came across. He was doing the right thing. His natural instincts were doing the right stuff. Now what follows is an interesting little incident. Listen to this. At another village, an army patrol, while inspecting burned out buildings and burying the dead, surprised and captured a dozen guerrillas, terrorists, including a 12-year-old boy. The captain lined up the guerrillas and had them shot, but not one of the soldiers could bring himself to shoot the child, although he had obviously taken part in the massacres. He was covered with blood. So the young 12-year-old kid had been involved in the massacres, but the Portuguese captain just can't bring it upon himself or his soldiers to shoot this young black boy. The captain was holding his pistol on the boy, undecided, when suddenly a high-powered rifle was fired nearby. The boy's head blew apart, and he fell dead at the captain's feet. Whirling around, the captain saw a bedraggled, unshaven settler standing at the edge of town, holding a smoking rifle. The settler and the captain looked at each other for a moment. Then the settler laughed, turned, and walked back into the bush. So here you have a civilian civilian who's busy killing. One civilian. And he knows what's going on, and he can see that these guys aren't going to shoot the child, so he shoots the child. He knows what's going on. And he laughs and he walks back into the bush. So this is revenge. Revenge from white civilians. The white civilians are even more vengeful than any of the soldiers can be. Which, by the way, is the same as what happened in Luanda in January. Let's continue. Such bizarre stories became commonplace after the outbreak. They illustrate the extremes of emotion to which the survivors swung. So let me pause. You've just survived an attempt at the genocide of you and everybody else. Now you're no longer in a mood to toy with these blacks. You've survived, maybe, very likely, all of these survivors, all of these white survivors, must have known many people who died and known them personally, and now they just don't give a fuck. They just go and they just kill any black that they come across. They don't give a shit now. So it says, they illustrate the extremes of emotion to which the survivors swung. Those who had seen their families mutilated and murdered, and their homes and plantations burned, were often driven insane. One can understand their maniacal rage, but in a broader view, the overall response of the Portuguese was more like the response of the whites in Luanda after the deaths of a few policemen. So only a few become insane, only a few. And you've got this one guy who's committed suicide. But what do the majority of the whites do? Well, this is what happens. After March 15th, the entire white population of Angola went berserk, just as Luanda had on February 3rd. Indeed, the citizens of Luanda, although they had not had any contact with the rebels, again exploded into uncontrolled, vengeful rage. Africans were lynched, blacks. Blacks were lynched, beaten, and shot without regard to their past behavior. Hundreds died. In the upcountry it was the same. The government handed out weapons for self-defense, but the enraged settlers used them for mass reprisals. They burst into peaceful African villages and slaughtered the inhabitants, all of them. Let me pause there. This is totally unique in the annals of white-black racial conflict in Africa in the last 50, 60 years. Totally unique that whites just go to black villages and just kill everybody. But that's how enraged these whites were. And you see, it's quite easy, very easy. The blacks can attack you. Well, what happens when you attack them? Now you're going to see. Now you're going to see what happens when you attack them. They started by doing a surprise attack on you, killing all your people. What happens when you turn the tables and you start killing their people? Whatever troops were available in the north participated in this madness. Here's a story. Listen to this. A car with a loudspeaker mysteriously arrived at the African village of Tumbi, announced that the king of the UPA was about to land in an airplane, and an airplane actually flew overhead. When the crowds flocked into the streets to watch, Portuguese troops burst into the town and mowed down the population. More than 300 men, women, and children. At Tombaco, the troops were somewhat more humane. They rounded up all the natives, but took the women and children aside and let them watch as their men were machine gunned. So the Portuguese are killing now. And they're laying traps for the blacks. So there they come. How cool is this? The car with the loudspeakers saying the king of the UPA was about to land in an aircraft. They see an aircraft fly overhead. They're like, yay, yay, our guy is arriving, our leader is arriving. Meanwhile, it's a trick. Now the whites are tricking the blacks. Blacks go, and the whites grab them and kill them all. See? Two can play at the same game. That's something you must remember about warfare. What one can do, the other one can do too. And how does this work out? At the same time, troops and settlers united in a widespread campaign against churchmen, because it was rumored that missionaries and ministers had fomented the revolution by urging the blacks to seek reforms. Let me just pause there. This is very true. This is where the negative side of Christianity comes into it. All these missionaries going to the blacks, teaching the blacks this, teaching the blacks that, teaching the blacks our methods, our ways of thinking, teaching the blacks their human rights, which they didn't even know they had, teaching all these blacks things, and now that's starting to have an effect. So now you've got these troops and settlers, and by the way, all these Portuguese are themselves Christians. They are Roman Catholics, and they are very Roman Catholic, and they are very Christian. In one of my older videos, which I need to go and find, I did talk to an American who fought in Rhodesia, and he did talk about an instance where the Rhodesian army went to missionaries in Rhodesia, in this case American missionaries, and they said to these American Christians, listen, you mustn't teach these blacks things anymore. You better get out of here. These blacks are going to kill you. No, no, say the missionaries, no, we're busy teaching them, etc., and they won't do anything to us. And then sometime later, the blacks came and they slaughtered all those Christian missionaries. I've got photographs of some of the atrocities against Christian missionaries. And these Christian missionaries, the ones who actually go and teach Christianity and Western values to these blacks, are in a number of cases actually prime targets for the black communists. It's kind of ironic, but that happened in Rhodesia quite a lot. So this is where this business of going and teaching the blacks, and now we're going to teach them civilization and they're all going to be on our side. No, you do not understand. Will to power, will to power. Once the blacks realize that they can be the boss, they're going to come and slit your throat, man, even if you were a missionary, even if you went and taught them all these things. These things have happened to so many missionaries. In the Belgian Congo, there were hundreds of missionaries that were caught by the blacks. And in some cases, troops had to come and save them. In other cases, they were killed. These white missionaries who are alone among these blacks, they are taking risks that are crazy. And I personally don't believe that doing mission work for these blacks is a good thing. Teaching them about the Bible and all that. I don't think any of this stuff is good. We must stop teaching the blacks things about ourselves and our society. We are actually creating problems for ourselves. And now you've got these Christians and they're busy telling the blacks, well, you see, we're all equal in the eyes of God and we're all going to go to heaven. Oh, man. Now there you are. Previously, the black was scared of you. He respected you. Now you're busy telling him he's equal to you. Next thing you know, he's going to come and want to sleep with your wife. I'm not joking in these things. This is how it happens. These things happen, and I can show you more examples. Very dangerous. So Christian missionaries, really, the churchmen and the missionaries, they are responsible for a lot of problems too. They don't stir total hatred like the communists, but they do create lots of problems. They do indeed. And if you want to look at South Africa South Africa is probably the best example of all of the worthlessness of teaching these blacks Christian values. Truly, you must see some of the things that happen in South Africa. And you must see the churchmen that come out of it. The moment that these black churchmen start getting publicity, they turn on the whites. They start telling the whites, no, but you did wrong. You did wrong in this thing. You did wrong in that thing. Next thing you know, man, they turn on you. You've taught them about God, and next thing is they use the authority of God and their knowledge of the Bible, and they tell you, listen, you are wrong. And now you got that thing happening. Oh, the black Christians in Africa, they're a whole other story. I could talk about that as a separate topic, I must tell you. And all of it's bad. All of it is bad for whites. These black Christians turn out to be totally hopeless. They turn out to be totally hopeless and useless as allies. They never defend whites. They never stand by whites. The violent communists do anything they want with the black Christians. They control them easily. So what you end up with is all these black Christians who are basically unarmed and weakling cowards. And you've got this bunch of weakling cowards who do nothing but talk on your side, while they are easily controlled and manipulated by the violent blacks on their side, who also kill them at will. They are so useless. You end up having to defend the black Christians from the black communists who would otherwise kill them. And when you defend the black Christians, then you find you've got to look after them and protect them, and they're not even properly on your side. They're busy telling you where you're wrong, and the whole thing's just a mess. It's just such a mess. It's truly a load of rubbish. I can show you examples in Rhodesia, South Africa, where bringing Christianity to these blacks and then turning around and saying to these blacks, now we're brothers in Jesus and we're brothers in Christianity. Let's stand together against communism. Oh, what a load of rubbish. It doesn't work. Been there, done that, had a look at it. Total waste of time. Wasting your time. In fact, in my lecture, 50 Years of Race War in Southern Africa, I actually told people that one of the lessons from our many wars is that the only blacks who were useful as allies, and this may shock you, are the communists. The black communists who were taught to kill and torture, they actually became the best allies we had of all. The Christians were absolutely nowhere to be seen. Christians were useless, pathetic, weak, and like I say, you got to protect them. Then they're not even fully on your side. They're busy preaching to you, telling you where you're wrong. No, man, that was all junk. But if you look at actual blacks who helped us, black communists who'd been taught how to kill and torture, when they came to our side, they were the best allies we had. Because they would go out and they'd go and kill other blacks for you. And they wouldn't sit and pussyfoot around. Whereas the Christians are just like this group that just talk and talk and talk and talk, and they're weak and pathetic, and you've got to protect them. And the moment that you don't protect them and someone else is holding a gun to their head, then they're on the other side. Oh, God, they're useless. Just total waste of time. Christianity for the blacks, leave it alone. Dump a whole bunch of Bibles there for them to read themselves and stay away from them. These missionaries not only teach them to read and write, and they teach them all kinds of other things. They give them medicines. They help them solve their problems. They are doing all kinds of things. They're keeping them alive. They're doing all sorts of things for them. They're saving the babies at childbirth and so on. Oh, it's a terrible thing. They are just sitting there strengthening your enemy. That's all they're doing. And then, once you've put a whole bunch of ideas into the heads of the blacks, the next thing you know is if the blacks realize that they can get rid of you and they can be in charge, then they'll come and they'll slit your throat, man. Let me continue. At the same time, troops and settlers united in a widespread campaign against churchmen. because it was rumored that missionaries and ministers had fomented the revolution by urging the blacks to seek reforms. See, you're scoring goals against your own side needlessly. The government itself subscribed to this theory and had hundreds of churchmen arrested and deported. In the upcountry, such formalities were discarded. Ministers who had worked with Africans were simply shot or beaten, and their churches were burned. So here you have white Portuguese troops and civilians shooting ministers and burning down churches. Christians shooting Christian ministers and burning down Christian churches. Think about that. And I should add that in our wars in southern Africa, organizations like the World Council of Churches gave money, food, etc. to black communist terrorists who fought us. The World Council of Churches, man. Christians, big, high-ranking Christian organizations, openly gave weapons and funds to black communists who would go and kill white people. What a waste of time this was. What a negative thing this was. And then the racist Christians on our side can't understand why the other Christians in the rest of the world are helping the blacks to come and kill us. Really, this is just an example of all the complicated, needless problems that come out of all of this stuff. Stop educating these blacks. I cannot repeat this enough. The best thing you can probably do is dump a bunch of Bibles in front of them and tell them, read those Bibles. Go away and read the Bibles, and leave it at that. That's probably the best thing you can do. And there are many reasons for saying that. Let's continue. This time, PIDE and the police did not just watch, they took part. So, PIDE and the police were also taking part in the killing of ministers. Now, what I'm not sure of, it doesn't say it here, but it says ministers who had worked with Africans. This sounds to me like we're looking at Portuguese, whites. We're looking at white ministers who'd worked with blacks who were killed. So whites are killing white ministers who'd worked with the blacks. And personally, I agree with that. Definitely. Big problems come out of this business of teaching the blacks religion and blah, blah, blah. Leave them alone, man. This time, PIDE and the police did not just watch, they took part. They instituted a series of vicious pogroms against the Africans, particularly those who were educated. Let me pause there. I like this. This is another problem. You go and you educate these blacks, and they turn on you. In fact, if you go and you look at literally every single one of the black leaders who went and fought against the whites, literally every single one of them went to schools and universities run by whites. In fact, here's a shocking fact. Because South Africa is like the America of Africa, and South Africa had the best education system and the most universities, you will be shocked at the number of black leaders across Africa who actually came to South Africa, to apartheid South Africa, and got themselves a university education in apartheid South Africa. Then they went out and they started wars against whites elsewhere. Education. I'm telling you, don't teach these people anything. Don't give them our knowledge. Don't educate them. Don't give them weapons. Don't teach them about human rights. Leave these people the hell alone. If you leave these people the hell alone, they will muddle on in their own way, and their own methods don't work, and they start screwing up all kinds of things. Rather do that. Stop teaching these people. And people in America, where whites are taught that, no, you must teach the blacks, teach all kinds of other people who are coming into the country. those people that you are teaching and the skills that you're giving them, you're giving those people skills that they're going to use against you. You are creating your very own enemy. We whites, we should be keeping all our knowledge to ourselves. We shouldn't even allow these people into our libraries. I'm not joking with you. Shouldn't even allow these people into our libraries. They shouldn't even be reading our history. And here in South Africa, they had lots of us whites training the blacks who are going to replace us. Now those blacks have got our jobs and we don't have jobs. Man, liberalism is a Jewish scam, I tell you. You are being told to create your future enemy. You are even creating the future groups that are going to come and kill you and your children. Really, that's how this thing plays out. Let's continue. This time, the PIDE and the police did not just watch, they took part. They instituted a series of vicious pogroms against the Africans, particularly those who were educated. PIDE agents drove into African quarters or villages, rounded up suspects, dragged them out into the streets, and shot them. Assimilados were the obvious victims, but anyone possessing books, or even pencil and paper, seemed dangerous enough to PIDE. Even the ability to ride a bicycle was considered too much, and many Africans on bicycles were shot out of hand. Assimilados, by the way, are the blacks who've become Portuguese citizens, so they've been educated, etc. This is your liberal black that you've just created. I can say so much about these liberal blacks, especially from Rhodesia and Zimbabwe. There's much I can tell you about them. And the bottom line that I'm going to say to you is they are not to be trusted. You mustn't do this with them. There are so many things that we are doing wrong. You are teaching them stuff and you're wasting your own life. You're actually teaching your enemy while you're wasting your life. You should actually be working on something that is beneficial to you, your race, your nation, etc. Why are we teaching these bloody people things? I totally agree with everything the Portuguese are doing here. Everything. I don't have a problem with any of this. So when they found assimilados, they shot them. Even the ability to ride a bicycle was considered too much, and many Africans on bicycles were shot out of hand. Tens of thousands were arrested. In Lobito alone, more than 2,000 were seized. What became of most of those 2,000 has never been revealed. But one journalist voiced fears that were only too justified. There are no camps in the area. The local prison only holds 100, and the total disappearance of the arrested Africans has given rise to the most sinister fears. So listen to this. So what happened to the 2,000? Well, it says here, it was rumored that the 2,000 blacks were loaded into planes, flown out over the ocean, because Lobito is a port, flown out over to the ocean, and then simply pushed out. So the Portuguese, no more fucking around. The Portuguese are not playing games any longer. And you must understand the stuff that I'm reading to you from the 1960s. You've got to understand why the Portuguese don't really want to talk about this, okay? The Portuguese have been killing and killing and killing. Now that they've realized that any black among them can be an enemy, now they're busy cleaning up shop everywhere. Any black who could be a potential problem, getting rid of them fast. I really like this one of fly them over the ocean and just push them out. Man, there's a quick solution. There's a quick solution. This campaign hardly touched the rotten triangle, where natives were understandably suspect because the rebels were in control. PIDE's campaign was carried out almost entirely along the coast, and in the central and southern districts, where there was little or no rebel activity. See, Angola's got a bunch of ports on the coast. Since absolute censorship was imposed after the outbreak, it will probably never be known exactly how many died in these pogroms. But the tenor of the moment and its inevitable consequences were adequately suggested by a sign hung outside a provincial police station. Accusations accepted at any hour. So, Portuguese no longer buggering around. Now it's down to business, and the business is killing. The Portuguese were threatened by a massive African uprising that, for the moment, they knew they would be unable to contain. It was essentially the same situation they had been in centuries ago. So, to save themselves, they used century-old techniques. Listen to this. Now you see the cunning side of the whites. Whites in Africa have played these games too. The government fostered dissension among the tribes, encouraging ancient rivalries and playing up the rivalries between Catholics and Protestants. That this incited to more violence was unavoidable. It was crucial to keep the natives disunited until the government could build up its army. So that sounds very interesting. I know that there was other psychological warfare in Angola, but we're not going to go into that here. But this is interesting. Portuguese are also using cunning now to divide the blacks while they build up their forces. Very clever. At the outset of the emergency, there was a sudden press for departure permits. This obviously could not be allowed. New regulations making it almost impossible to leave the colony were set up, and the government sponsored a widespread propaganda campaign. Posters reading, "Show your gratitude. To leave now is treason," were plastered across the country. The extent of the revolution was belittled, while the power of the Portuguese might was exaggerated. Let me pause there. It seems as if the whites now wanted to flee. Seems as though whites wanted to flee. And the Portuguese government couldn't allow the country to just be depopulated. You know, then you're really going to lose. If everyone starts leaving, you're really going to lose. So the Portuguese, I think, are keeping the whites in Angola. And they're going to build up their strength. Portuguese government is not out to lose Angola. That's the good news. Aha, but there's good news. It says here, but those who wanted to leave were relatively few. Most of the Portuguese settled quickly into an attitude of hardened, bitter determination. "This is it," said one settler. "For us, this is a matter of life and death. If we lose our African possessions, we lose our nation. We've got to win." General Deslandes, leader of the Portuguese forces in Angola, made the whites' goals even clearer. For the blacks, he said, there will be only two roads: unconditional surrender or extermination. How cool is that, eh? So there you got some straight-talking Portuguese leaders. They're not going to pussyfoot around. So you got to hand it to the Portuguese. They're tough and they're determined, and they don't want to lose Angola. No ways in hell. And very different from modern weakling governments. At first, the Portuguese military was almost helpless. And by the way, here we actually get the real statistics of the actual number of troops. The total number of white troops in Angola at the outbreak of this was only 3,000. 3,000 white troops protecting 180,000 whites, so very few soldiers. On March 15th, there were only 3,000 troops, including regular police and African soldiers in Angola, as compared to 60,000 rebels. About one government soldier for every 2,000 rebels. But reinforcement was rapid. By the end of March, that's 2 weeks, the total had climbed to 5,000 white and 10,000 loyal black troops. And at the end of April, there were 20,000 white troops. In Lisbon, Salazar recalled the Portuguese divisions serving with NATO and sent them and their modern weapons to Angola. The Angolan Air Force was built up to 10 fighter bombers, some jets, 6 reconnaissance aircraft, 2 troop transports, and 2 bombers. The military's first goal was to seal off the rotten triangle and to dispatch troops to protect the larger cities. At the beginning, it was primarily a defensive fight. While the rains continued, and until adequate reinforcements were brought in, the Portuguese were forced to sit it out, waiting, as one man put it, for our turn. See, the blacks have had their turn. Now the time is coming for the whites to hit you, and it's going to be their turn. But when that arrived, he said, no quarter will be given, no prisoners will be taken. This turned out to be one of the great classic understatements of all time. May opened, the rains dwindled, and the Portuguese moved out. They'd mapped out a simple offensive, if you can call it that. They marched into the bush, surrounded native villages, and massacred all inhabitants. Several times, the entire population of a village was lined up along the banks of a river and machine-gunned from behind. Thus the corpses fell into the water, where the crocodiles did away with the evidence. There used to be a joke here in South Africa. Because we've got rivers on some of our borders, and you have terrorists, ANC terrorists coming in through the north, they would cross the Limpopo River. And there used to be a joke in South Africa that the crocodiles have got a rank in the South African army, something like that, that a crocodile has the rank of a sergeant or so. The crocodiles are doing some work for the whites, and there's no problem there. We're at one with nature, you could say. And on a more serious note, you know, the white man and his animals, that's a whole other topic. We are more at nature with the animals than these other races. Don't you worry. Animals have done wonderful things for the white man. And in that regard, I've heard that blacks have said that whites care more for their dogs than they care for blacks, who they say are human beings. Well, the whites view the dogs as less destructive than the blacks. So whites care more for their animals than they care for the blacks. And that is quite a true fact, actually. Let's continue. Thus the corpses fell into the river, where the crocodiles did away with the evidence. When the fog and clouds lifted, the Air Force flew in. And the Air Force is not very big, hey? The Air Force is quite small. But listen to this. It was even more effective at this kind of work, using napalm and bombs supplied by the USA through NATO. They bombed and strafed village after village. Any African gathering was declared fair game. Once a, quote, reconnaissance plane machine-gunned funeral procession. So anytime they see blacks gathering in groups, they just go and fucking kill them. They didn't give a crap. All of this stuff that I'm reading to you, this has never been repeated in Africa ever since. Nothing like this has happened before or since. It's unmatched. And napalm is an American invention from the Vietnam time. Napalm was a weapon that was used a lot in Rhodesia. Napalm is easy to make, and it's a very deadly and nasty bomb. It's a bomb that kills humans. Basically, it sets you on fire, and you cannot stop the fire. You cannot put it out. Once it touches you and starts burning on your flesh, you cannot stop it. You've got to stop the oxygen to it. It's a hideous thing, but it works so well, and it's so cheap to make. And dropping it from the air is a piece of cake. Napalm is the poor man's nuclear bomb, invented by America and used a lot here in Africa, especially by the Rhodesian Air Force, especially. Napalm, very, very useful. So here they're burning up the blacks, left, right, and center. Such tactics had devastating results. By the end of May, almost 50,000 Africans had been exterminated. So let's pause there. 2 months, just over 2 months, 2 months and 2 weeks, 2.5 months after the blacks had set out to kill the whites. The white revenge is 50,000 blacks killed. 50,000. They killed more blacks in Angola in 2.5 months than the blacks who were killed in 10 years of war in the Rhodesian War. Let me just clarify. South Africa and Rhodesia never at any time set out to massacre black civilians. Never. So the death tolls are black combatants in our case. And even in the case of South Africa, I can make the point, and I can show you the statistics, I can show you the analysis to make it clear to you that South Africa went out of its way to kill even less blacks. They went out of their way to kill even less black combatants. The South Africans tried to fight a war against the blacks, where, because every Jew and liberal and communist was focusing on the whites of South Africa, the white South Africans fought a war that was aimed at killing and stopping the enemy with the minimum amount of harm to the enemy. They went to extreme lengths to not kill large numbers of blacks. And they never authorized massacres of blacks. Rhodesia also never authorized massacres of blacks. But here are the Portuguese, and they're killing every black that comes in their way. They don't care who they are. They go to their villages, they wipe them out. Why not? The blacks had come to the white villages, the white towns, the white farms, and had killed everybody there. So what happens when the whites go to their villages, their towns, which are undefended, and go and kill them there? Now you will see that when you've turned the tables on the enemy is totally unable to defend themselves. They attacked the whites, killed the whites when the whites were at their most vulnerable. But what happens when the whites hit the blacks at their most vulnerable? And now you see the blacks just dropping dead like flies. Blacks are just being wiped out left, right, and center. And it's quick. It's really quick. 50,000 dead in 2.5 months. 50,000 dead in 2.5 months. Meanwhile, the total number of white dead has only been like 1,000. We've now gone from white genocide to black genocide. And it's going quickly. And it's very potent. It's working very well. We've got 1,000 dead whites, but what's the revenge? 50,000 dead blacks. And I'm not even counting the blacks who were on the side of the Portuguese, who had been killed by other blacks. I think this is just the casualties inflicted by the Portuguese on the blacks. It's not even the blacks who were killed by the original black rebels. Let's continue. African villages were empty, burnt out ruins. The Portuguese had done to the blacks what the rebels had done to the whites, but on a more up-to-date scale. Now the triangle was truly deserted. Those blacks who hadn't been burned, bombed, machine-gunned, or bayoneted had fled to the Congo. As June opened, almost 200,000 black refugees were camped just inside the Congo border. Let me just pause there. 200,000 blacks have fled out of Angola into the Congo to avoid being killed by the Portuguese. So in total, 50,000 are dead, 200,000 have fled. That is 250,000 blacks have either been killed or chased away in 2.5 months. That is the revenge of the whites. Let's continue. Some had walked for weeks to get there. Wounded had crawled. Those wounded had crawled. The camps were horrors of helpless, wounded, starving women and children. The Portuguese blandly denied atrocity reports, but the refugees were irrefutable proof. They hadn't fled from nothing. The rebels, though they had suffered many casualties, were not intimidated by the Portuguese mass killings. If anything, their determination hardened. In an interview at the end of the first 3 months of fighting, Holden Roberto said, "The Portuguese have been in Angola for 500 years and have done nothing but kill us. If Salazar thinks he has crushed our army, he is deceiving himself. He is faced with a war that can last 100 years, for our people have sworn they will be free. They will not rest until every Portuguese is either out of the country or under it." In the flush of their initial successes, the rebels tried several mass attacks, like the one at Carmona. Such assaults almost always failed, costing the rebels dearly. But they soon resorted to strict guerrilla tactics, especially as the dry season progressed. They concentrated on hampering Portuguese movements by destroying communications, blowing up bridges, and blocking roads, forcing the troops to travel by air or by boat. They split into small bands, attacking only small villages and isolated farms. They refused to be trapped into large-scale combat, and worried the Portuguese with surprise attacks and ambushes. They launched a broad campaign to burn up the Portuguese coffee crop, which was grown primarily in the Rotten Triangle. Government forces were frustrated. They would march on a rebel stronghold, such as the reputed rebel government at Nambuangongo, only to discover, when they finally reached it, that there was nothing there. Usually, in a situation like this, the Portuguese would claim a mighty victory. But only a quarter of a mile away, the rebels, enjoying the joke, remained untouched. Let's just stop for a moment and take a look at some of the points that have been made here in this book. The most important thing is the conclusion here to do with the blacks engaging in mass attacks. Let's just repeat that. In the flush of their initial successes, the rebels tried several mass attacks, like the one at Carmona. So they did this multiple times, like I mentioned in the last video. Another place was Damba, and so on. And it says here, such assaults almost always failed. I'm going to repeat that. Such assaults almost always failed, costing the rebels dearly. But they soon resorted to strict guerrilla tactics, especially as the dry season progressed. Now, if we sit and ponder this, here is the critical importance of what has actually taken place here. Here, in these first 3 months of fighting between blacks and whites in Angola, and the blacks going crazy, setting out to scare the whites, chase them away, mass assault them, mass murder them. The blacks have now engaged in massed assaults, and they found that when massed assaults go wrong, that it costs them dearly, that large numbers of them get killed, and they actually change their way of fighting. Why? Because it's so painful for them. It doesn't matter that they are trying to kill large numbers of whites. Whatever success they are gaining comes at a tremendous cost to them. And they are finding that it works much better to rather do smaller scale fighting, guerrilla warfare. These few months of fighting between whites and blacks therefore set the scene for the fighting that will take place for the next 50 and more years. In actual fact, what these blacks have done is what is carrying on right to this very day. Here in 2020, as I'm sitting recording this, it is now 59 years since this fighting of the Portuguese and the blacks in Angola. And it is the fighting that took place in those first 2.5 to 3 months in Angola, in that northeastern corner of Angola, that actually has set the scene for all the fighting that will come. Because it is here that the blacks learn, to their utter horror, that massed assaults don't really work. Maybe the massacres in the Congo worked because the whites were so incredibly outnumbered, 125 to 1. They caught the whites off guard, etc. But in Angola, where the Portuguese are much more settled, much tougher, and there are more of them, they are finding that this method of fighting, of massed assaults, is not working. And notice that most of the time these assaults are failing. And the other thing about it is that when it does fail, it's very bad for them. Their losses are tremendous. Like at Carmona, the whites killed thousands of them. Sadly, I don't have any of the other battles, but I am going to do some more digging later. Somebody has given me some possible contacts I can speak to, but for now, for our purposes, the point here is, and the critical point, the most critical point of all, is that massed attacks are not working. They do work sometimes, but as the book says, most of the time they don't work. And when they don't work, the cost to the blacks is tremendous. You see, the blacks are also scared to die. As much as they want to win, death and injury is also a huge problem for them. And they too don't have the willpower to take that kind of beating. And so they now switch over to small-scale tactics. Now those small-scale tactics that they switched to back then are the tactics that are used across southern Africa and in South Africa right to this very day in 2020. It is the failure of blacks in big battles and big assaults that has caused blacks to switch to guerrilla tactics for the remaining 59 years. And this style of fighting is used everywhere. It comes in so handy for them. they are able to use it in crime, and they're able to use it in farm murders. So this is the only method that actually works for them. Now, how does guerrilla warfare work? Well, in this case, they've learned, as you saw with the Portuguese attacking their base, they've learned to basically not be around when the white man comes with his weapons. They've learned that when the white man is there and he's armed, you're going to die. So therefore, for example, we now see this strange situation where the government hears that there's a rebel stronghold. The Portuguese government hears that there's a rebel stronghold at Nambuangongo. So they send off troops to go and attack Nambuangongo. But when they get there are no blacks there because the blacks have moved. And okay, the blacks are laughing at the whites now. But the point is that the blacks have to dodge. They literally have to dodge the bullet, because if the white man's there, then they will get killed. Guerrilla tactics, in a nutshell, therefore, means that you avoid large-scale combat. Guerrilla tactics, the way the blacks have had to learn how to do guerrilla tactics, is that they form their units. Normally their units are small, because if they make their units too big, then those units are easier to find. The bigger their units are, the easier it is for the whites to find these units and to be aware of the presence of those units. So when the blacks gather, they've got to do it in a small scale, because if they do it in a big way, then it's easier to get wind of it. The intelligence services will find it easier. They'll pick it up quicker. They'll hear about it from spies quicker, and then they can go and attack them. For the blacks to attack, the blacks therefore have to function in small groups. The groups have to be gathered together clandestinely. They have to hide most of the time. Then the small groups have to infiltrate and go towards their target, all in secrecy. And then, when those small groups get there, then those small groups can now attack. So it's small groups of blacks, and because they're small groups, they have to attack smaller targets. Then when they attack those targets, and when they're finished with the attack, they have to scoot out of there at the fastest pace possible, because the whites are going to come to that spot to come and kill them. So they have to run away after they've launched their attack. The only way, therefore, that they survive is through secrecy and moving around in small groups, forming small groups, hiding small groups. That is how these blacks are able to function. Now, in these examples in Angola, the blacks are still operating in relatively big groups, even when they're doing guerrilla warfare, but they've had to go and downsize their thing. They've had to decentralize their form of combat, because if they don't decentralize their form of combat, they are going to get killed. The whites can grab them in a trap and slaughter them. So if you look at farm murders in South Africa and crime and attacks on whites in the cities and on farms and in small towns, every single attack in South Africa is based on guerrilla warfare. Crime is basically guerrilla warfare. Murder is guerrilla warfare. They've got to gather together, be at a place, and attack you quickly, do what they need to do, kill you, steal from you, do whatever, and then they got to split. So that is the only method of violence, that actually works for the blacks. Nothing else works for them. And if they dare to try and fight the whites on a bigger scale, they're going to get killed. Even if they are just fighting whites who are civilians. Even when they're facing civilians who are armed and determined, the blacks have to operate in a guerrilla style, because even when they are facing white civilians in quantity, If the white civilians gather in quantity, then the whites can defeat the blacks. White civilians can even defeat a black army. Basically, that's what it boils down to, is that white civilians gathering together in places are defeating a black army for all intents and purposes. Now, because of the nature of the combat that occurred in southern Africa, the whites have as their power base the economic structure of the country, and that requires large numbers of blacks. I can later show you more actual film footage of the way in which we worked with blacks in southern Africa. But when you have got large numbers of blacks as part of your economy, the real problem that the whites then sit with is that the whites don't want all the blacks to rebel against the whites. So these colonial wars that are taking place, the whites are still in charge of the government, they're still in charge of the military. But where they are struggling is with the economy. They don't have large populations of whites. There aren't large populations of whites. The economy is basically run by whites who control large numbers of blacks. The fear, therefore, is that if we do this wrongly, these blacks are going to stop working for us, and more of them are going to swap sides and fight with their brothers and sisters against the whites. Therein lies the real problem. And because of this, the blacks who are fighting the system, they don't have an economic base. They don't have a governmental base. They therefore can attack with everything and just do damage crazily. As you see here, they're even blowing up bridges. They are destroying infrastructure. They are doing things that are harming the economy. But the key thing to remember is that they've got nothing to lose by doing this, or very little to lose by doing this, even if it harms their own fellow tribesmen. They are harming the economy and the power of the whites. That's what they are harming. Because they are harming the whites are the ones that are trying to hold the economy and the structure of the country together. This is why the fighting in southern Africa eventually devolved into, like here in Angola, it eventually devolved into a situation where the blacks are constantly attacking in small groups. The whites are trying, in the meantime, to retain control of the entire country. The whites are trying to retain control of the whole country. They are trying to see to it that the economy can function. So if a bridge is blown up, they have to go and fix the bridge. If it's blown up too many times, they might even have to go and send somebody to guard the bridge. Because the basis of white power are all these black workers that the whites have got. That's really what's going on here. And this then leads to the situation where the blacks are always attacking and the whites are always defending. And the whites also, as time goes by, and even the Portuguese do this, the whites then have to win over the other blacks to remain there and work for them. And later, sometime later, many months after this, the Portuguese actually allowed the blacks who fled into the Congo, they actually allow them back into the country. They know that among those that they are bringing back into the country are murderers, are former terrorists. Those terrorists have calmed down now, and some of those terrorists are coming back and they're just mixing in with the population, and they're back in there. Maybe some of them will engage in terrorist activity again on a more clandestine scale. But the Portuguese are losing their workers. Now the danger for the Portuguese is that the economy can be damaged. However, the reality is that despite even all this fighting, that the Portuguese economy in Angola actually is growing. Despite all this intensive fighting that has taken place, the Portuguese are actually able to produce economically, and they will go on to produce even more, despite all the, let's call it, social unrest and terrorism. And as the years go by in Angola, the Portuguese will actually become richer and richer in Angola, and the economy will actually grow. And that, in actual fact, is the pattern of all the wars of Southern Africa. That as we are fighting the blacks in this small scale, we are managing to retain control of the country to such a degree that our economies actually grow. Even as the fighting becomes more and more intense, the economies are growing. It happens in Rhodesia, it happens in South Africa. And I will come back and show you that the Portuguese totally won the entire race war in Angola. They won it hands down. That 13 years later, the Portuguese would have won everything. They would have had Angola. The Portuguese population is higher. The Portuguese output from Angola is higher. Everything is better. 13 years later, despite everything that the blacks have done, Portuguese have actually moved forward and have actually defeated the blacks. Even though the blacks get better and better and they use all these different kinds of tactics, and the blacks resort more and more to guerrilla warfare, and they become better and better at it. Despite all of that, the Portuguese actually go on to win the entire war. But then you will say, if they won the war, why isn't Angola Portuguese today? Well, that is because the way that the Portuguese lost, and the way that all whites lost, is through politics. We only lose through politics. White people only lose through politics. We don't lose through other methods. We don't lose through working. We don't lose through fighting. But we do lose through politics. We lose everything through politics. In fact, in the case of South Africa, just like the Portuguese in Angola, where the Portuguese won, but still they lost their territory. In South Africa, the South African army beat everybody at everything, and the South Africans lost everything. But again, everything that they lost, they only lost due to politics alone. The whites of South Africa only lost through politics. They didn't lose through anything else. Same is true for Rhodesia. In Rhodesia it was much tougher. In Rhodesia it was getting wild. But the bottom line is that politics was the big scam. And you'll see why the whites lose politics. But whites actually win at everything else. Now, returning to the style of warfare, the big lesson here is that large-scale warfare works for whites. It works even for white civilians. But it is because of the way the politics works and the economics that the whites hold back from slaughtering the blacks. It is because of the economics that the whites stop killing the blacks. That is the actual thing that takes place. It is only in these early weeks of the fighting in northern Angola where the white civilians are so enraged that they are just killing blacks. But after a time, after the government and the Portuguese civilians have had their revenge on the blacks, they settle down to normal life again, and they actually need their workers again. So the symbiotic relationship of large numbers of cheap mass labor from blacks and the white need for that mass labor of blacks, that is what actually kicks in and causes the whites to hold back from just slaughtering the blacks, is because the blacks are important for the economy. This is totally true for all the whites of Southern Africa. The whites of Southern Africa are like a class of nobility almost, a warrior class almost, who dominate a much larger black population. It is almost a rerun of ancient Greece, the Spartans, even the Romans, even the other Greeks, where you've got a warrior class that has got a worker underclass. And the warrior class dominates the worker, the cheap worker. And the warrior class is the one that controls everybody. Even Professor Quigley talks about this in The Rise and Fall of Civilizations. And this actually becomes the real sticking point. The real weakness of the whites lies in two factors. The one, the white population is small. The other factor is that the population is too small for it to carry out economic activity on a big enough scale. Even with all these blacks around, we still don't have enough to actually make all of Angola work. Angola is so huge, and therein lies the problem. Southern Africa is enormous, and the problem for the whites is that there aren't enough people. That's the problem. And there aren't enough whites, and so they're using blacks. And we're using blacks as cheap labor. And because they are dirt cheap, they are useful because we can give them small menial tasks to do. And if we've got 1,000 blacks doing small menial tasks and we pay them a small amount, then you actually get some value out of them. So the whites are the ones holding back on genocide of the blacks, not because they can't kill the blacks, but because they don't want to harm the economy. And they are trying to contain the struggle between the blacks and the whites, because if they let it get out of hand, then more and more blacks will flip onto the black side. And this is the dilemma of all of Southern Africa. It was the same dilemma in Rhodesia, same dilemma in South Africa. It is that you are needing these people for economic activity. That's all. Now, in the case of South Africa, this desire for economic activity is so great that when the conflict comes to South Africa, the whites of South Africa go to unbelievable lengths to not let this war spread to the other blacks and to try and keep the economic system going. And you find that the South African military is so powerful, it is invincible. Literally, in African terms, it's invincible. But because of the economic factors, they go to unbelievable lengths to let these blacks live and for these blacks to work, because they want the economic benefits. Now, where this really confuses the whites of South Africa is that the whites of South Africa look at the situation, and the whites of South Africa come to believe that when you have a big army, that you can't do much with it, that you can't beat the blacks. That is because the whites are hiding the strength of their actual military. The whites are holding back from killing the blacks because they don't want the whole thing to turn into a race war. The whites are trying their utmost to avoid a race war. So when the whites of South Africa and other whites look at South Africa and the way that South Africa behaved, they draw the wrong conclusion. And they say, well, you know, the whites lose because military power doesn't work. No, military power works unbelievably well. It works beautifully. The real thing that doesn't work is the economy. The economy is the weakness. Therein is the whole problem. It's economic. It's the economy that is holding all the whites back everywhere. It is the economy that becomes the crux of the problem of all the whites of Southern Africa, because they don't have enough whites around. They don't have a massive white population. So the only way to keep the economy going is to use these blacks. Therein is the deal with the devil, and therein lies our problem. But the real issue is that other whites who look at this and study our history, including whites from this region, they look at it and they say, well, you know, we ended up losing. But they don't understand that we couldn't hit with everything we had because we're killing our own workers. And if we kill our own workers, we are killing our economy. That is the real problem. If we go and we slaughter half the blacks, then we are slaughtering half of our slaves. And that's our real weakness, is that we need those slaves. That is our problem. That's our actual problem. It's not a military problem, it's an economic problem. And this is the only thing that caused whites in southern Africa to backtrack on all kinds of military activity, even when whites were completely safe, totally dominant, and could have killed every black that they came across. At all times, it had to do with economics. That is the real weakness of the whites of southern Africa. But the point is that the weakness is not military. It's not military. It is not that we can't protect ourselves. It is not that we cannot kill the blacks. We can protect ourselves and we can kill the blacks. And we can kill them in large numbers. Our problem is that if we kill our workers, we don't have our economy. That's our dilemma. That's the only thing that stands in our way. It's the only thing, is the economy. If we don't have that dependency on the blacks, then it doesn't matter. We can then just kill them. They have no meaning to us. We can chase them away, kill them, get rid of them, and they're gone. That is the secret of all of these conflicts and why we've ended up in this situation where blacks do small-scale attacks on whites and whites just take it, and whites are always on the defensive, and whites never attack. Even though attacking and killing the blacks is very easy. It's very doable. Very. Now, as I mentioned before, there came a time when the Portuguese let blacks come back from the Congo. And so these blacks came back and the Portuguese brought them into the system because the Portuguese need to continue with the economy, you see. So it says the following. The Portuguese psychosocial program provided food, clothing, medical assistance and housing for returning Africans. By 20 March 1962, a total of 142,611 men, women and children had officially presented themselves to the Portuguese authorities. So you will remember that 200,000 blacks fled to the Congo, and now 142,000 of the 200,000 are back. And it says, undoubtedly there were murderers and conspirators among those coming back. The army let them all come. An officer explained, it would take months or years to screen the returnees. So we had a choice, be careful and screen at the risk of letting thousands of our friendly compatriots suffer and die, or take a chance and let them all come back, including the guilty and dangerous ones. We decided to wipe the slate clean. Now, listen to this. This is very interesting. Many Africans had to be taught to forget what they had seen when the killers ravaged their villages. There were the thousands of refugee children. Many were in a state of shock. Now listen to this. Some had lost their voices completely, while others were obsessed with death. Others were upset by the sudden evacuation from their homes. Classrooms were established for uprooted children. Nurses, no doubt white nurses, used finger painting as therapy. At first the colors were dark and morbid and the paintings violent. Slowly the colors lightened, became gayer. Tensions lessened and the horrors of 15th March were mercifully being forgotten by the youngest. But it is interesting here that there are blacks who are so traumatized that they've lost their voices. And it shows that blacks were mentally affected by the horror of these events. Even though the blacks aren't subject to the same levels of brutality and torture that the whites have had to go through, but it shows that the blacks were psychologically affected. And that is a very important thing. It shows that these people are susceptible and scared, and they themselves suffer from fear. And fear even if the fear is just simple things like white men chasing them to shoot them. It's not even anywhere close to as bad as the utter horror of what the whites have to face, but it affects the blacks. And this is very important. It shows a weakness. And now here's another thing to also consider, and this is how these things played out among the blacks, how the violence that had been started played out among the blacks, because there are different black tribes. And it gives us some insight into how effective the rebels were. It says, the tribes of central and southern Angola, the black tribes, were unmoved by the uprising. Indeed, no more than 25,000 even of the northern Bakongo joined in. The rest of the African population stayed either passive or loyal to the Portuguese. The important takeaway from this is that there are tribes with different levels of loyalty to the Portuguese. Again, this is something you will see in Rhodesia, you will see it in South Africa, that the black tribes have got different levels of loyalty to the whites. So some are keen to turn on the whites, others are not so keen. Now those who are not so keen, they could be loyal, they could be clever, or they could just be cowardly. So you need to go and look to see why didn't they join in. Why were the Bakongo keener than the others? These, I suppose, are deeper things to look at. The statement here that no more than 25,000 of the Bakongo joined in, that would then suggest that there had to be others, because at a point Holden Roberto had said that he had an army of 60,000. So there had to have been others. So I think that number is a little bit low. But an interesting aspect is this. Some other interesting takeaways are this. The tribes of central and southern Angola were not keen to join in. And then it says, Angola could have become an arena of tribal warfare. The Kunhamas, a warlike tribe in the south, and traditional enemies of the Bakongo, were eager to enter into the fight. The Portuguese had been successfully breaking down tribal strife over the years. They refused to allow the Kunhamas to fight against the revolutionaries. Let me just pause there for a second, because there is something fabulous in there that you don't get to hear often. And that is the extent to which the whites in Africa made peace between the blacks. We whites were responsible for bringing peace among the blacks, because there are many black tribes who used to fight each other. This again is true for Rhodesia, for South Africa. And here you see something magnanimous from the Portuguese, despite everything that's gone wrong. This tribe in the south wants to attack a tribe in the north. And the Portuguese actually don't want the blacks to fight with each other in order to keep the tensions between the two black tribes low. Whereas in actual fact, they could have used these blacks to go and kill the other blacks. So I think that this is a place where Christianity, for example, is actually messing things up, because here was a tribe that was keen to get stuck into the other tribe, and this tribe in the south isn't particularly loyal to the Portuguese, but their hatred for the tribe in the north is much greater, and they want to get a piece of the action. They want to go fuck up the tribe in the north. And here the Portuguese are keeping the two tribes apart so that the two tribes' relations between each other do not deteriorate. Whereas, if the Portuguese had been much more cold-blooded, the Portuguese could easily have armed this tribe and said to them, go for it, go in there and kill anyone you want. And I got to tell you, if this was my fight and I was looking at this thing, I would have said, yeah, go for it, Get these blacks. These blacks want to kill the others. One should say to them, yeah, go for it. Kill everybody, Go and kill everybody, free for all. Go do what you want to do. I don't have a problem with it. They could have been like that, but they weren't. But it just shows you some of the potential that exists, and that there is potential for blacks to kill blacks and blacks to fight with each other. And whites, if whites are strategic about it, whites could tap into some of these things. And I think that these are possibilities. These are things that are possible in the future. Exactly how much you'd want to have blacks on your side, that's a whole other question. And there's an even deeper question than that. The other deeper question is, do you really want to arm up some blacks in order to fight other blacks? Because then you teach them certain methods and you give them certain weapons which they can use against you. It becomes a very fuzzy area. And I don't think it was actually that successful in Southern Africa. But anyway, what I'm just trying to explain is that there are deeper things, and that even though everything is racial, you still have black problems with other blacks, which can be tapped into. One can, with cunning, tap into these things to some degree. But you are dealing with human affairs, and human affairs aren't a full science. They are also something of an art. But there are possibilities. There are possibilities. I don't really advocate lots of friendships with blacks, but one would need to sit and ponder these things with tremendous thought before one does anything. But the point is that whites are not alone. Whites can play many, many games, sophisticated games as well. And I'm an advocate of that, if need be, if you need to. So just to give you an idea about how this first year of war affected the Portuguese economically, it says, coffee is Angola's biggest export. The Angolan coffee crop has been a consistent revolutionary target since 1961, when Roberto told a Leopoldville press conference that he would wreck the coffee crop in the north. After the initial wave of attacks had passed, the government announced that only 16% of the bumper crop had been lost in the war. That's 1/6. And that the net harvest of 168,000 tons broke all records. Hardest hit by Roberto's destruction squads were the African, that is the black, farmers themselves. In 1961, almost 30% of the total production was in African hands. So there were black farmers who were producing coffee. And it says, many small farmers were ruined and saw years of their life's work go to waste. It takes 7 years to get a coffee plantation into production. So that just gives you some idea that despite everything that the blacks had done, in reality they hadn't actually harmed the actual crop and the economic side of things that much, though they had hoped to. So that is a very interesting lesson. It turned out that the Portuguese were still quite strong despite those first attacks. There is another piece that also talks about the whites committing genocide against the Portuguese. And this helps to put a bunch of things in their perspective. So let me just read this. It says the following. However, in terms of life, the cost of the Angolan uprising was a heavy one. Hundreds of white settlers were killed, many in brutal fashion. Utilizing traditional methods of warfare, the rebel National Front for the Liberation of Angola, FNLA, led by Holden Roberto, here they are now using another name that he used later instead of UPA, suffered heavy casualties in the face of superior Portuguese arms. However, most of the African dead, estimated at around 20,000 by the British Baptist Missionary Society, had been non-combatants who were the victims of a pogrom unleashed by a hastily formed militia of Portuguese settlers. So this is a report by British Christians, and they are the ones who say 20,000 were killed. But we see in the 1966 book that they are talking about 50,000 blacks being killed. I think that that is more accurate than the 20,000, because the 1966 book is done much more sort of closer to home, journalists go into Angola and they talk to lots of people. So I tend to take their numbers as more correct. And also, these Christians are saying most of the people killed are non-combatants. I don't believe that. You don't know how sophisticated these Christians are. They could just be listening to the blacks and talking whatever nonsense the blacks tell them. So I wouldn't take that too seriously. But what it is pointing out, though, according to the Christians, is that there was a hastily formed militia of Portuguese settlers. And it's these civilian Portuguese settlers that are actually dangerous, and they are killing. Now it also goes on to talk about focusing on the educated blacks, the assimilados. And this is also what the PIDE, the political police, were doing. They were also looking at the educated blacks as being the troublemakers. And this is another interesting uniqueness. Here we have whites going after the educated blacks and killing them because they see them as the ones that stoked all the trouble to begin with. Very interesting lesson. Kill the intellectuals of the enemy because the intellectuals of the enemy were the ones stoking the hatred to begin with. Now there's an interesting tactic, and I think it has a lot of merit. So regarding these militias of Portuguese settlers, it says the following. The main target of the White Terror was the small educated African minority known as the assimilados, who had been granted certain citizens' rights down the years. Thousands of assimilados lost their lives, not only in the north, but in other parts of Angola, where no fighting had occurred at all. Even the pro-Salazar Daily Telegraph on 25 July 1961 could refer, through its correspondent, Richard Beeston, to, quotes, a widespread persecution of educated and semi-educated Africans, ruthlessly carried out by the PIDE, that's the political police, as well as by white settlers. And according to the sister paper, the Sunday Telegraph, the reign of terror was only stopped by fear of the authorities that the white militia was getting out of control. So let me repeat that. It was only stopped by the authorities who saw the white militias as getting out of control. The whites are just killing and killing and killing. So these militias, these normal white civilians, they are killers, and they're doing a lot of killing. Although this piece that I'm going to read to you now is 10 years after the event, I just want to give you some kind of idea of how the Portuguese themselves adapted to these things, and how the Portuguese became tougher, and how the blacks struggled. So this is 10 years after the attacks. It says, over the past 10 years, war has become the close companion of Angola's 5 million inhabitants. But the terror gangs no longer have it as easy as the killers of 1961. Civilians refuse to be intimidated or driven from their highly productive estates. This definitely refers to the Portuguese civilians themselves. Portuguese civilians themselves are just getting tougher and tougher. 10 years into the war, Portuguese civilians aren't hassled by these tremendous threats to them. They aren't as intimidated as they were in 1961. So here is a story from February 1970, and it goes as follows. In February 1970, a 28-year-old mother of 6 single-handedly fought off an attack by armed guerrillas. Mrs. Maria do Carmo Gomes da Silva. The Portuguese can have some pretty long names, by the way, as you can see. Mrs. Maria do Carmo Gomes da Silva fought the attackers for more than an hour after they had shot and wounded her husband. Mr. Artur Gomes da Silva, who was outside his farmhouse when he was hit. Despite a hail of bullets, the courageous woman went out and carried him into the house. After hiding her 6 children under a bed, Mrs. Silva returned the fire of the attackers with a shotgun and a high-caliber rifle until they fled. Then she set off into the night, swam a crocodile-infested river, and walked to a farm 16 kilometers, 10 miles, away to seek help. The farmer alerted the Portuguese authorities by radio and then went to the Silva farm with a tractor and trailer to rescue the wounded man and the children. Mrs. Silva said afterwards that she did not fear the guerrillas and would not leave the farm if her husband wanted to stay. So isn't that an incredible act of bravery by a Portuguese woman? She's got 6 children. Her husband gets gunned down. He's not killed, but he's injured. And then she goes and saves him, and she fights off the attackers by herself. And I'm trying to see here how many there were. So this Portuguese woman, it doesn't say how many there were, but this Portuguese woman has fought a gun battle against blacks for an hour, and eventually they give up and they go away. She's fighting from her home. So you see, the key again is if you're inside a building and you can shoot, then you become a very hard target. This is a very important point. But it also shows how hardened these Portuguese people have become. They are very tough people now. And they're prepared. They've got weapons. The blacks can come and shoot. And here's a white woman fighting them off by herself. And then she still swims a crocodile-infested river and walks to the next farm 16 kilometers away to get help. Isn't that an incredible story of bravery? I just want to try and summarize some of the final things to do with 1961 before we analyze everything and just try and put it all together. It turns out that the main fighting in Angola lasted about 6 months. That from the time of the black attack until the time the Portuguese army was there and had driven the blacks back and smashed the blacks, that the entire period of time was about 6 months. It is interesting that it is 6 months long, because I've come across 6 months as a time period popping up in warfare on other occasions. Another occasion where there was intense fighting for 6 months was in the Second Anglo-Boer War, when the British invaded South Africa. The Boers put up an intense struggle for 6 months until they were crushed, and then they went on to fight a guerrilla campaign for the next 1.5 years. Another time where 6 months comes up is in the Russian invasion of Finland. An enormous Russian army invades the whites of Finland, and the whites put up an intense battle that lasts for 6 months until they make peace with the Russians. And in their case, they actually make quite a good peace, given what a small country they are. So I don't know if there is something to do with fighting where if a group, a smaller group or a weaker group fights intensely, that it takes about 6 months to gather together forces and crush somebody. I'm just assuming. I've only come across these 3 examples. But it's quite interesting that it's almost 6 months to the day in each case. So I just want to read some of this because it gives you a good summary of how the major part of the war wound down. So from the time the blacks went on these big attacks and all these changes in battle and the militia, etc., this thing actually ends up winding down by the end of September. It actually ends more or less on the 20th of September, almost exactly just over 6 months, about 6 months and 5 days after the attack had started. And there is some other interesting stuff. The Portuguese also by then are facing blacks who have got new tactics, and the blacks also know how to avoid the Portuguese. And in the one book that I was reading from, I'd mentioned that the blacks at Namibia and Congo had evaded being destroyed by the Portuguese because they just went and hid somewhere else. But the whole thing is not quite as negative as that for the Portuguese. So I just want to read this little summary and the end of 1961. So it turns out that the last great battle of 1961 was a thing called the Battle of the Green Rock, which in Portuguese is Pedra Verde. And this battle was fought by the Portuguese army from the 10th to the 20th of September 1961. And in this summary that I've got here, it says this: the last major battle of the UPA uprising was the Portuguese seizure of, quotes, the Green Rock, Pedra Verde, a UPA redoubt in the Dembos region, an inhospitable and thickly wooded mountain complex. It was defended by thousands of well-armed UPA fighters, some of whom had fled from Namibia. The Portuguese army captured the stronghold after 10 days of fierce fighting, backed by air power and artillery. So unfortunately, I can't find any details of the Battle of the Green Rock. It would have been interesting to get it, and I still have some Portuguese connections that I need to look at later, but this is the final big battle of 1961. And by this time, the Portuguese army is sorting out the last of the blacks. And in here, you can see that the blacks may have fled from Namibia and Congo, and they might have been quite pleased with avoiding the Portuguese army at Namibia and Congo, but they were intent on trying to defend the Green Rock. And it was in an inhospitable and thickly wooded mountain complex. So the blacks had chosen a very, very difficult place for the Portuguese to attack. And the Portuguese fought for 10 days and defeated the blacks. I do not know what the casualties were for either side. But this is like shades of what is to come in Rhodesia and South Africa more than a decade later. And it gives you an idea again that when the whites go in and the whites fight their big fights and the whites gather their troops and their power together, they can smash the blacks. In this case, the Portuguese had artillery and air power assisting them. But the blacks had chosen a very good position. And keep that in mind. Their defensive position is in a very difficult place. So that's what helps them to hold out. But even so, the Portuguese do smash them. And that's their last resistance as a major force in the north of Angola. Now for the most accurate summary that I can find of the Portuguese statistics for the year. And all these statistics are very important because we're going to look at them much more closely. It says the Portuguese had reoccupied all administrative posts and settlements in northern Angola, but the area was a, quote, human desert. So the fighting had been so intense, blacks had fled, it was completely a different place to what it had been 6 months before. Now, here are some of the really interesting statistics. First statistic: between 200,000 and 600,000 refugees left the region. This is a point I'm going to come back to. Another figure that I've seen quite a bit of is 400,000. So I would say that the real number is between 200,000 and 400,000 blacks had fled out of Angola. The next statistic is how many whites had left Angola. In this case, it says just under 13,600 Portuguese left Angola, mainly women and children. This is less than 10% of the Portuguese population in Angola, because the Portuguese have got 180,000 people there, and this works out as 7.6%. So only 7.6% of the Portuguese left Angola. Most of this was women and children probably being sent back to Portugal by their husbands, and their husbands carrying on and staying on here. According to this reference I've got here, which is from a website called balagan.info, they then say that 50,000 blacks died for the year, and it puts the white death toll for up to September as being 2,000 whites. So 50,000 blacks had died in 6 months, and 2,000 whites had died in 6 months. So there's your full total of casualties. Then it says how many Portuguese soldiers died out of the 40,000 who'd come in. Well, the grand total of deaths of Portuguese soldiers was 134. So 134 soldiers died in the fighting. So grand total is, you're looking at about 2,100 who died. Another figure that I also saw that relates to this is that 6,000 blacks who were friendly to the whites had been killed in this time. A final point, Holden Roberto gave his own statistics. What I have found, though, is that these blacks who give statistics, they are very wrong, and it doesn't stand the test of time. So Roberto claimed he'd lost 4,000 fighters, and he claimed he'd killed 3,000 Portuguese soldiers, which was just total rubbish. Okay, you can never ever take these black figures at face value. In Rhodesia, they did exactly the same thing. But when everybody goes and does their homework, you'll find that the whites are the only ones putting out statistics that actually have any meaning. See, if the blacks claimed the reality, then the blacks would see the emptiness of their victory, and it would demoralize their own people. So the black leaders always claim that they've killed hundreds and thousands, when in fact that's not the case. And anybody who studies it from any side, any independent investigation, always reveals that the statistics that whites put out are the accurate ones. So 2,000 whites have died, 134 Portuguese soldiers have died, but 50,000 blacks have died, and between 200,000 and 400,000 refugees have left the region. Let's take a closer look at the race war casualty statistics. This is very important because here we have our only picture of intense black and white fighting and what comes out of it. What lessons can we learn from this? There's some very important things that are happening here. And this applies to the South African context because many people have been talking about race war here, and what exactly happens in a race war, and what can we deduce from what happened in Angola? So in this first chart is casualties and effects the first month. What I've done is I've drawn up a chart, and it's from the middle of March 1961 to the middle of April 1961. A big problem that I have is that there are no accurate casualty statistics, or there are partially completed casualty statistics. There are conflicting casualty statistics as well. And I still have to go back to Portuguese sources later, and I'll go and see what I can get from more modern times, maybe from Portuguese people who know much more about this topic. Even so, we're going to use what we've got. I'll show you what assumptions I made and the weaknesses of some of the assumptions. And even so, you're still going to get certain things coming out of this that will be very important and very relevant for the future. Now, the first thing that I've done here is I'm going to go through these different lines here that I've got and explain to you what they mean. So the first one here, this light blue line here on the bottom left, this light blue line that comes up and it's sort of flat along for most of this month. This line is the number of whites who are killed. So it starts on the 15th of March, and suddenly out of nowhere, this is the number of whites who are killed. And this number is in the region of 300 on the first day and 200 on the second day. So it goes up to about 500. So this is 500 whites who are killed in the first 2 days. Then this line slopes upwards for a very long time, and you'll see what the grand total is. But it starts out as 500 whites are killed here in the first 2 days of fighting. This grey line that you see here, this is the number of blacks, loyal blacks, blacks who are on the side of the Portuguese, who are also killed by the UPA attackers. And that also starts here, and it heads up to about 6,000. So it starts, I'm not sure if it's maybe almost 1,000 on the first day, and then it heads up to about 6,000 after about a week. So within a week, about 6,000 blacks are dead, which is, these are the loyal blacks, and they are dying at 10 times the rate of the whites. This figure then for the rest of the period remains flat, because I have no other information on whether the UPA killed other loyal blacks, and if so, how many. I've kind of concluded, or my suspicion is, that this number might not actually increase that much anyway. Maybe in the coming months, a couple of hundred more are killed, but it's likely that this number, maybe with a very slight slope, is all that's needed further. So I'm suspecting that this is a one-time affair, and whatever follows is a lot less. That's what I suspect. Now, the next number that we're going to look at here is this yellow line. These are the actual attackers, and these are my guesses. These are my guesses for the starting point for the number killed on the first day. The rest of this, what I've just done is, when I don't have other numbers, I plot the numbers that I have with the dates that I have them on, and then I just draw straight lines. So obviously in reality these would not be straight lines, they'd be moving around, but ultimately they will end up at certain totals. And those totals and just the general trend will still give us a lot of information. So what you have here is, you probably have on the first day when about 300 whites are killed and maybe about 1,000 blacks are killed that are loyal to the whites, mainly due to the Battle of Carmona, we probably have about 3,000 blacks who are killed. So for every one white who dies on the first day, there are 10 black attackers who die on the first day. Then, as time goes by, you'll see that this black death toll of the attacking blacks, this death toll goes straight on up. because this number becomes very big. And included in this number are not just the black combatants, because again the numbers are not very clear. I cannot tell you how many black combatants are killed on every day versus how many blacks who support the enemy civilians are killed. So this total is really a merger of the black attackers as well as the blacks who support them. So it's a single number. So on the first day, lots of actual attackers are killed, but other deaths that occur are the civilians that are being killed. And these are all lumped into one figure, and you could say this is the enemy figure. The total deaths of enemy combatants as well as enemy civilians. That is what we're looking at. So it starts out, and the whites get whacked on the first day, whites get whacked on the second day. And for the whites thereafter, the slope is very, very slow. After these first 2 days, the whites are now in a much better shape, and the whites know how to defend themselves. And the number of deaths is very, very minimal. This number is sloping upwards, and you'll see that we're going to look at this over a period of 6 months. So starting on the first 2 days, we're going to start with 500 dead. And 6 months later, we're going to end up with 2,000 dead. 2,000 over 6 months. But you can see that the first 2 days are the most hectic. Thereafter, it's a much slower thing. Because the whites have overcome the fact of surprise. As I've mentioned before, surprise lasts for 3 days. It's a negative for 3 days. So here's the first day, total surprise. Second day, surprise is still very bad. Third day, surprise is still an effect. But after 3 days, when you get to the fourth day onwards, then people have become accustomed to what is happening, and psychologically they're not that screwed up anymore. And these whites have already anyway recovered. After 2 days, the blacks are no longer scoring any big hits on the whites. So the blacks have got 2 days of surprise attack, and after that, all of those benefits are fading away. And from then onwards, the whites are starting to hit back, and other things are happening. Then there's this dark blue line that slowly grows and goes up here. This dark blue line is the black refugees. And this number is going to become very, very important. And again, I started this at 0 because in the beginning there are no black refugees. But as time goes by and the whites hit back, after weeks and months, this number just carries on growing bigger and bigger and bigger. And you'll see what this number leads to. So those are the 4 numbers that we're looking at. So now let's take a look at that same chart. We zeroed in on this chart for the first month, which was from there to about here. That was the first month. Now we're going to take it further, and we're going to take it to the end of May, because by the end of May, the army, etc., starts coming in. In reality, therefore, this time period here, from the middle of March until the end of May, this time period is a time that is really when the civilians, the Portuguese civilians, are fighting back against the blacks. This is the black militants and their supporters versus the white civilians, and what the white civilians are getting up to. And this period of combat lasts for 2.5 months. So 2.5 months of intensive activity, and it's mostly whites. The Portuguese army is already starting to come in, but much of the activity happening here are Portuguese civilians. This is what they're busy doing. So if we go back to these numbers, you can see there are the whites. They're the whites there, this light blue line, white casualties, and very slowly it dribbles upwards. Because I only have data for the start and the end, so the rest of it I'm just connecting with straight lines. And the white casualty, the white death toll is very slowly dribbling upwards. The loyal blacks, we said, was 6,000 dead, and we think that it's either flat or if it grows, it's at a very slow rate. But we're not expecting to see much in the way of black deaths in terms of loyal blacks. But as time goes by, other statistics start coming in. And here, at the start of March, my apologies, here at the start of May, we are looking at about 7 to 8,000 blacks in the first month and a half. In the first month and a half, we're looking at about 7 to 8,000 blacks who've already fled out of Angola. So this is the number of blacks who are fleeing out of Angola. They are fleeing as a direct consequence of the whites hitting back at them, attacking them, and so forth, and trying to genocide them, and they are fleeing out of the country. So these are the ones that have made it out of the country. So 6 weeks into this, we've got what you could call black flight. And if we go and look 6 weeks later and we see between the combatants as well as the civilians, black civilians, how many are dead by now? And within 6 weeks, I'm estimating that it's over 30,000. So now, for every one white who's died, you've got 100 blacks who've died. Let me repeat that. After 6 weeks, for every one white who's died, you've literally got 100 blacks who've died. 100 to 1. That's the death toll of the blacks. And you've got blacks fleeing. These are dead, these are running. I will explain some more of my assumptions on this later. But by the time we get to 2.5 months, this death toll is 50,000. Now, this is where some of my sources are conflicting. One of my sources that is closer to that time, from the 1960s, says that the 30,000 dead were by the end of May. The 50,000 dead are by the end of May. However, there's another source that says that the 50,000 dead is by September. So there I have two conflicting numbers. They end up being the same. The number is still 50,000. But the question is, was it 50,000 in the first 2.5 months, or did it take 6 months to get to 50,000? Because the one source is from that time, is from the 1960s, I've decided to go with that one. The one that says the 50,000 dead is by the end of May. And I'm choosing that. If I've chosen the wrong one, then this line would have a slower growth. It would be coming up through here, maybe like this. It would still be high, and it would probably still exceed 20,000 by the end of 2.5 months. So the real question is, did they kill 20,000 in 2.5 months, or did they kill 50,000 in 2.5 months? That's really the only question. But we do know that a lot died, and that it's somewhere between this level and that level. Then the other fact that we know is that by the end of May, you are looking at about 45,000 blacks who are fleeing out of Angola. It is possible that this curve that becomes steeper here is a direct consequence of the Portuguese army and air force getting stuck into the blacks. That is what is happening here. Even so, the civilians alone have already killed many, and the civilians alone have already started driving thousands out of Angola. The white civilians have already driven thousands out of Angola. So this will give you an idea of those first 2.5 crucial months. And most of the activity here is Portuguese civilians and what they are doing. And you can see that the effects on the blacks are tremendous. The white population is not becoming less. The whites have some casualties here and there, but it is the blacks. After the initial success of the blacks, now things are going wrong for the blacks. As the whites are hitting back, the blacks are taking bigger and bigger beatings. And it's going very, very wrong for them. And you've got large numbers dead. Anything from 20,000 to 50,000 are now dead. And you've got at least 45,000 who fled out of northern Angola into the Congo. So let's go back to the end of this thing, and we look at 6 months of fighting. You see, my options here were to either draw this up to 50,000 by the end of May, or I could have had a line that goes up to 50,000 by the end of September. So this is a bit over 6 months. It's about 6 months and 2 weeks. This line cannot possibly be flat, I would think. This line really can't be flat, but because I get one set of statistics that shows it to be here and another that says it's 50,000 at the end, what I should have done is also maybe drawn a line here and allowed for 2 slopes here. And at the end of it, we end up with 50,000 dead. Because, like I say, there are problems with some of these numbers. I don't know exactly what is where. So this is the best that I can make out of it. But if we look at where this takes us, let's look at where it takes us by the end of 6 months. Because the Portuguese army is starting to come in roundabout in May, and the Portuguese army and air force are getting active. And of course, with them being active, you can't have something as flat as this. However, the blacks are also engaging in guerrilla warfare, so their casualties are less. So it could even be that maybe 45,000 were killed by this time, and that the line actually slopes very slowly upwards here. That is another possibility, maybe even a more realistic possibility, is that you maybe have had 40 or 40,000 killed by the end of May, and that the rest of the time this line actually slopes up slowly and takes up, say, another 10,000. That might be very much more realistic. But let's look at where we stand at the end of the year. So we don't know if the loyal black death toll has gone above 6,000. At this point, it doesn't even matter because the Portuguese are so angry, they're killing any blacks, even blacks who were on their side, even blacks who did nothing. We do know that we start off in 2 days here with 500 whites dead, and by the end of the time, after 6.5 months, we got 2,000 whites dead. So we got 2,000 whites dead by the end of the fighting, but it's taken 6.5 months to get there. However, let's look at these other numbers. We know that by the end of 6 months, 6.5 months, that we've got 50,000 blacks dead. These are UPA terrorists and their followers. We know that 50,000 blacks are dead. 50,000 blacks are dead for 2,000 whites. So for every one white that is killed, 25 blacks are killed. 25 to 1. It actually matches their population ratio, because the population ratio of black to white in Angola was 26 to 1. So the actual killing is 25 to 1. And then we have this rather interesting and strange number. This number is 200,000. This is the grand total of blacks who have fled out of northern Angola. During all this fighting, there is a huge exodus of 200,000 blacks. But in this case, I've been conservative, because there are statistics that say the actual total who left is more than 200,000. There are estimates that say it's double this. There are even estimates that say it could be as high as treble this. So they've come and killed 2,000 whites, but for them, anything from 200,000 to 400,000 to 600,000 blacks have fled out of the entire territory because of the activity of the Portuguese civilians and the army. And by the end of this time, northern Angola is what they said a human desert. There are very few people left in northern Angola. And the whites, it's the whites who've stayed and the whites who've chased out the blacks, and it's devoid of blacks. And if you read more into what happened in Angola, it turns out that these black refugees stay in the Congo right until into the next year, 1962. And I think sometime early in 1962, the Portuguese allow them to come back, because the Portuguese are taking them back. Why? Because it's the old labor problem. It's the old economic problem. They are bringing them back, and they know that it includes terrorists, but they're bringing them back because they need labor. And they bring blacks back into the country. But it is a case that the Portuguese authorities allowed them back in and decided to let them back in. But they didn't have to. They didn't have to. If they didn't have that economic weakness, they didn't have to allow them back in. These blacks had fled and possibly stayed out of the country for, in some cases, almost a year. And if it wasn't that the Portuguese allowed them back into northern Angola, they would have had to stay outside. They had left. Here, therefore, is a very important consequence of the fighting, and it is that the blacks came originally. What was the original plan? The original plan was the blacks were going to attack the whites, and the blacks were going to chase the whites out of Angola. Very, very few whites left, and the vast majority stayed in the area, and it completely backfired on the blacks. large numbers of blacks are dead, and an even greater number, a vast, huge number of blacks have fled out of Angola. So in hardcore fighting between the blacks and the whites, it is the blacks who ended up fleeing and leaving the area empty, and it is the whites who retained the physical area. And if the whites had not allowed those blacks to come back in, that area would have remained totally white, literally totally white. The blacks have fled northern Angola, and the whites have retained the most important thing of all, the territory. They've not only retained the territory, but they themselves have remained in there. And there is guerrilla warfare and stuff going on, but the majority of the black population has fled. And I don't know exactly how many remained, but they do say that it was a human desert. So we could say that perhaps 90%, 80%, 90% of the blacks fled out of northern Angola. The blacks are the ones who had to leave. Therefore, the whole strategy, the concept of the original strategy, totally backfired on the blacks. It wasn't the whites who fled, it was the blacks who fled. Their whole strategy had gone wrong. And the other thing was that because of the losses that they took in this early part of the fighting, because of the losses they took and the Portuguese killing other blacks and slaughtering them and just going crazy, the blacks stopped the massed attacks and the blacks opted for guerrilla warfare in order to reduce their casualties, in order to reduce their losses. So this whole thing has gone very wrong for the blacks. This is a typical case of what I've mentioned in the past of strategy versus tactics. The blacks had a plan, strategy. When they fought against the whites overcame them using tactics. And the outcome, it totally has backfired on the blacks. Yes, they did do some damage to the Portuguese, but not that much. Even the economy did well that year, despite the problems of northern Angola. The rest of Angola was functioning fine. And at the end of the day, the massed assaults actually had very little effect on Angola as a whole. And it went very wrong for the blacks. Now, here in South Africa, you get hardcore black leftists who say things like, we will chase the whites into the sea, because they actually did that to the Arabs further north in Africa. That's a whole other topic. That's an interesting genocide where blacks kill Indians and Muslims. But the blacks actually have big things that have gone wrong for them here in Angola. And the whites have come out great. And the whites physically retain the territory. The whites have mostly stayed there. They have retained control of the country while the blacks have fled. Now, this is not the first time that I've come across instances where large numbers of blacks have fled before. And there is even some interesting South African history where the Boers, in one of their wars against the blacks, where the Boers actually chased blacks out of South Africa, and those blacks that were chased out of South Africa were never let back into South Africa ever again. There is therefore an actual instance of Boers having chased blacks out, and those blacks have remained out of South Africa to this day. This happened well over 100 years ago. And when I look at other wars When I look at other wars in Africa of blacks against blacks, I have found also instances of large numbers of refugees, sometimes in the millions, large numbers of refugees fleeing from areas. So this is a natural weakness of the blacks themselves in Africa. The blacks in Africa have a weakness. They are very susceptible to a refugee problem if the black civilians come under attack. Blacks will flee. Blacks become nomadic, and they run for their lives, and they will flee across borders. This is a very, very important consequence of wars in Africa. And this is something the Portuguese did not set out to create this. This was just a natural consequence of the whites shooting and attacking the blacks, and the whites hitting the blacks again and again and again. And eventually they create this unbelievable refugee problem. It is very possible that this figure that I've got here for the refugees, that the actual figure is at least double the figure that I've put here. In which case you'd be looking at a chart that goes something like this. It would be a chart that flies up at an angle like this. I've also noticed among non-whites and blacks in Africa, and I've even spoken to people, I've observed these people closely, and I want to tell you that there are also instances where blacks flee even when there isn't direct conflict, where blacks flee even when there isn't direct conflict, when things are going wrong and blacks will pack their bags, jump on planes and get the hell out of the country. This business of blacks fleeing versus whites fleeing, blacks are incredibly susceptible to this. This is a weakness on their part. And in warfare and in reality, which is what we whites must focus on, we must focus on reality, not wishful thinking, not nonsense. In reality, this is a huge weakness of the blacks. And we should be looking at things like this and asking ourselves questions, can we exploit this? There are other problems that the blacks suffer from, which I will deal with in another video. Here you're looking at refugees. I'm also going to show you blacks who die, and blacks who die from indirect consequences. So in this case, you've got large numbers of blacks who flee, and this is an indirect consequence of the fighting. But another thing also happens, and that is that blacks can die as a result of the indirect consequences of race war and racial fighting. These are very important conclusions that can give us ideas and things to mull over. I will see how we return to this thing, because if you look at the way the Germans studied military problems and how the Germans came up with their ideas when they were preparing their army for World War II, then you will start to see how you can take things like this, which you know are consequences, and how you can work this into an actual battle plan. Because then you start taking advantage of certain things. And the Germans in particular actually had, as part of their concept of blitzkrieg, they had certain indirect consequences that they were counting on. And those indirect consequences were used to great effect, to tremendous effect. And we ourselves must be looking for our enemy's weakest points in order to exploit them. You find your enemy's weakest points and you make the most of it. And from this, we can also say that the Portuguese, by themselves, without any training, just being their natural selves, demonstrated the concept of blood and soil. They demonstrated that they are capable of retaining their soil, and they use their buildings and their infrastructure to help defend themselves and reduce their own casualties. And that by using their infrastructure and their terrain, the terrain that they know, the land that they are used to, by using their home ground advantage and fighting in a terrain that they know well and understand well, by fighting in it and using their natural resources, they are able to retain their territory. So if the Portuguese, for example, had decided never to let those blacks back into Angola, that would have been a feasible outcome. It could have been a feasible thing. They could have kept to that. I'm not going to go into the discussions about why they didn't, etc., and so on. That's not the issue here. The point is that A, they chased vast numbers of blacks out, and B, the only way those blacks could come back was by the whites physically allowing them back in. If those whites had decided to keep them out of the country, they would have had no choice but to remain out of the country. And that is very, very important. So, very important conclusions from this fighting between the blacks and the whites, and the refugee problem, the enormous refugee problem. And this refugee problem lasts for almost a year. But those refugees could have stayed out of there for decades, if need be, if the Portuguese had so desired at that point in time. So that'll give you some idea of the consequences of actual hardcore, what we could call conventional conflict. And it is not that the whites couldn't handle it, it's that the blacks could not handle it. The blacks are the ones who not only run away, but they have to change their tactics in order to massively reduce their casualties. It is the blacks who cannot handle conventional warfare. It is the blacks who have a weakness when they are attacked. The whites are caught off guard and are hurt in the initial attack. But the blacks, what happens when the whites attack the blacks? This is literally unique. This is literally unique. And you can see their weaknesses. You can see their whole system falls apart at the seams when the blacks are attacked. When the blacks are attacked in a nasty way, when they go after their civilians, when they go after their villages, when they hunt them down everywhere and they kill them, the black setup collapses completely. And I will leave you with that. These are the consequences of the most intensive racial conflict in the history of Southern Africa. And this is only the first year. It quietens down after September, and after September it quietens down. We'll come back to how the Portuguese actually won even the guerrilla warfare in Angola, and how the Portuguese totally won the entire battle in Angola and completely dominated the blacks. Totally dominated the blacks. Ultimately, they won the entire war. They won not only this conventional part of it, where they're attacking in large numbers, they won even the guerrilla war. And in total, when you get to the end of the entire war, the Portuguese have killed more blacks than anybody else in southern Africa. The Portuguese in their various wars killed more blacks in Africa than the Rhodesians, than the South Africans, than everybody else put together. The Portuguese killed the most blacks. If you look at all their different wars that they fought, they also suffered the highest casualties of the whites. But the other whites, having learned from them, the Rhodesians, the South Africans, the Southwest Africans, having learned from the Portuguese, we did real great in casualty terms. And you'll find that for the South African army, for example, that in 30 years of warfare, the South African army loses maybe 2,500 troops in total in 30 years of warfare. So this will give you an idea of the fighting. The South African army itself did have very heavy fighting in Angola, but it was under other conditions, and Russia was there. But this shows you that if the Russians and the Chinese and the others aren't around, and you're just fighting white on black, this shows you what actually transpires. And here you get an insight into the power of the whites, the ability of the whites to hold on to territory, the ability of the whites to defend themselves, while the black society totally and utterly implodes. And by the end of the fighting, the blacks are still fighting, the black terrorists are still fighting, but they've got to do only guerrilla warfare. They've got to fight on a small scale, hit and run, otherwise they're finished. Otherwise they're finished and gone. So there you have some modern time actual ideas of how fighting goes between blacks and whites when they really get stuck into each other. And it should be obvious to you that whites, if white civilians are armed and white civilians have got some means of protecting themselves and fighting from buildings, entrenching yourself and fighting from buildings is another big lesson that comes out of this. Big lesson. And the larger the concentrations of the whites, the more they succeed in this kind of fighting. In a nutshell, whites in Europe, whites in America are used to conventional warfare. However, blacks are not. And blacks are utterly susceptible to conventional warfare. And blacks totally fall apart at the seams in conventional warfare. The same kind of warfare that whites have used from ancient Greece, Rome, right up to World War I, World War II. Blacks cannot handle conventional warfare. Conventional warfare is their biggest weakness. Guerrilla warfare is the only way they can manage to survive, because in conventional warfare they get clobbered and their whole structure just shatters apart at the seams. It is not whites who can't handle conventional warfare. Whites actually work even better under conventional warfare conditions than the blacks. So here are some conclusions of intensive civilian fighting and hardcore fighting when whites just go out and kill the blacks. And this is because the economics, while these civilians are angry, they're not thinking about the economics. The only weakness of the whites is economic. That's the only weakness the whites really have, is economic. And it's the desire to use black labor. That is the main weakness of the whites. So here are some thoughts for you. And I will show you in other videos. We're going to look at other scenarios from other wars, some of them in southern Africa, some not. And I'm going to revisit a bunch of the conclusions that you see in here, and we will revisit certain aspects of these things in other wars, and you will see that these things are not accidents. This is not an accident. These outcomes are quite firm. They are repeatable. They are reproducible. This can be done again. And the blacks have got tremendous weaknesses. Tremendous weaknesses. And just this thing, whether it's this chart like here or up to there, 50,000 dead blacks. 50,000 dead. 200,000 or more fleeing. A bad year for the blacks. The blacks tried their luck and they met their match. And based on what we know of warfare in Africa, I think we can do extremely well if we whites sit back and we rethink our approach to warfare in southern Africa. And should we be afraid of black massed assaults in South Africa? We have a tiny population of whites sitting in the north of Angola, tiny population of whites, and look at what they did when the blacks tried to maul them. Look at how they mauled the blacks. How do you think it would go if the blacks of South Africa tried to maul 4.5 million whites in South Africa? How do you think it would go? Well, if that tiny number of whites, and I don't know the population of the whites, I'm guessing that the population of the whites in that region is a few thousand. I'm guessing that it's less than 10,000. That maybe the white population itself is maybe about 6,000. I'm guessing it's between 6 to 10,000. It's a guess. If that is the result of attacking, let's say, 10,000 or less whites, and this is how it backfires on the blacks, imagine what would happen if the blacks tried to attack the whites of South Africa, where you are looking at 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million whites standing their ground. What do you think would happen? What do you think would happen? It could go so wrong for them. It could be the worst thing that they ever try. It could go horribly, horribly wrong for them. So these are lessons. These are the initial lessons, and in other videos we will revisit all sorts of different things that I've mentioned in this video. We will revisit surprise attacks. We will revisit fighting in towns and cities. We will revisit refugees and other death tolls. We will revisit ratios. We will revisit all sorts of different aspects of what you see here, and you will see that none of this is an accident, that these things are reproducible, and that these things can be leveraged even more to the advantage of whites. And based on this, one should realize that the notion of black massed assaults on whites in South Africa, that this would succeed and that this would result in the total decimation and annihilation of the whites, that this is total junk. This is complete and utter rubbish. And I knew this when I wrote my book, Government by Deception, and we'll revisit some of that, where I knew about Carmona, and that already put the idea in my head that, you know what, the whites can make it. The whites can make it. And everything I've observed, even in recent times in South Africa, like visiting places like Kulini and other places, Pretoria West, and going and speaking to people on the ground and listening to what they did and so forth, I want to tell you, I think that the whites of South Africa stand such a good chance. If the blacks ever tried their luck against us, it will be the biggest mistake they could ever make. And whites should actually be sitting and thinking very carefully how to make everything backfire on these blacks, backfire on them on such a scale. And the only thing that we mustn't do is we mustn't do like the Portuguese and undo our victory in certain cases. But I will still show you how the Portuguese won, because there are even more lessons that come from the Portuguese that can show us all kinds of things that we can do in the future and which things will work for us. There's even more beneficial stuff that comes out of the Portuguese experience. So very useful stuff. And therefore, whites outside South Africa, inside South Africa, in Europe and America, don't worry about racial conflict. Don't worry about it. Winning is easier than you think. It is Jews who make it appear as if whites cannot win, because they are the enemy within that is busy undermining what would have been your fantastic success. That's the reality. So, there are some thoughts. And we'll be doing a lot more analysis on all sorts of things. So stick around. Lots more race war stuff to come. Lots more warfare and lessons for white men so that you can see what white civilians are capable of. And then you'll see there's nothing to fear. Do like the Roman army. Get your weapons. Practice with your weapons. Keep on practicing. And you wait and see. If they want to do big-scale race war against the whites all across the Western world, if that's the Jewish plan, massive race war against whites everywhere in the Western world, and what's going to come out of it? Those non-whites are going to have so many problems. They are going to come out such big losers. In fact, in many places, the non-whites face extinction. In many places, the non-whites will face extinction if they try race war. That includes America, Canada, Europe, etc. If these non-whites try race war against the whites, they face the possibility of absolute, total, and utter extinction. These are my websites: historyreview.com, africancrisis.info, and white-shop.biz. This is my attempt to try and do some Jew-free trading and experimenting with the next level of stuff. So, thank you very much for listening. We'll be chatting again soon. Take care of yourselves.